same with Tarleton State.
Yeah.
They're just like, and we'll be right back. And it's just silence. And you're still seeing the video. So, but for us, on the radio, we still keep going. They just,
right.
On the stream, it goes quiet. So.
1 minute, okay. Because I listened to one Tarleton State broadcast for basketball this year, and they I was probably the radio station that we were getting the feed from, not YouTube, though. So And you are listening to KLOA 1240 AM in Ridgecrest, CBS Sports Radio for the IWV, along with Saracoso Streaming. And today's game, it'll be Antelope Valley College against Saracoso. This is another one of those kind of non-league practice games due to the COVID season. No one really is playing any league games. Some teams opted to play during the spring season, and some opted not to play from the league that Saracoso belongs in. They have only one team, or actually two teams that play in it, Saracoso and San Jacinto. They're going to have the national anthem in just a second. They're announcing the Antelope Valley College lineup. We'll do the lineup as the game starts. Well, we want to thank Vinny Hernandez, our engineer-producer back at the station, and also thank our Omar, the tech guy here, who's doing all of the electronic stuff. And our color guy today is the famous Lee Johnson. Both his sons played here at Saracoso. And now they've asked to stand for the national anthem. Well, they're going to go ahead and do Saracoso, so we'll just do it as they do it also, and then we're going to have the national anthem. Michael Dorr will start today, the Las Vegas native, second-year player for Saracoso. He'll be in right field. Jackson Holsom, who pitched the other day and played center field, will bat in the 2 spot and play in center field. Luigi Reyes at shortstop again. He's been a mainstay. Hunter Bagshaw today will play first base. Danny Jimenez will be down at the designated hitter spot, may get into the outfield later. Third baseman will be Anthony Davis, a local Boron High School graduate. Manuel Gutierrez will bat 7. He didn't play the other day. He'll play second base. Jackson Alanis will catch today. Bannon Del Mar will play left field. And Daniel Zuriaga will be on the mound. And we'll have to get the actual correct pronunciation for Jackson's last name. It is not pronounced like it is spelled. Well, 22 to 27 mile-an-hour winds this afternoon from the southwest is the forecast, right around 77 degrees right now. Small crowd on hand, but it's a scheduled doubleheader. Now they've asked the crowd to stand for the national anthem, and we'll share it with you. of Saracoso College. If you just tuned in, welcome. This is, I hate to call it practice baseball, but there's no eligibility being used. Both teams, non-conference opponents. This Antelope Valley used to be in the old Foothill Conference from years ago. Saracoso coming off a tough game on Tuesday. They dropped a 20-1 game. These two teams played Tuesday, and Saracoso put up 30. First, Anthony Davis, Luis Reyes, Manuel Gutierrez, and Hunter Bagshaw. Battery of Daniel Zarazaga and Jackson Alanis. Right-handed batter will step in for Antelope Valley. Leading things off will be Colin Hagan. First pitch of the game is outside, ball one. Now, Zarazaga only 2 2/3 innings all season long. No decisions. Allowed 1 hit, walked 3, struck out 1. Gets his sign from Jackson. The pitch on the way. This one is going to be hit over the head of second baseman Manuel Gutierrez, and that'll be a base hit for AVC.
Nice little inside-out swing that time by Colin Hagan. Just took the outside pitch and put it into right center.
In the game on Tuesday, Saracoso had 24 hits in that first game. And now we'll see Jordan Wilson coming up, the shortstop. Wilson hitting .273, 6 of 22, right-handed batter. Now stepping out the rubber is Daniel Zarazaga. Quick look over at first base. And the pitch. Little breaking pitch for a strike. Boy, nice little movement on it.
Yeah, dropped a nice backdoor breaking ball in there.
Ready to go again is Zarazaga. Quick look over at first. Set at the belt. Here it is. This one inside.
Nice job that time by the Coso catcher, Jackson Alanis. Made a nice move to his left, kept his shoulder square, and kept Colin Hagan on first base.
Zarazaga 5'10", list him at about 190, and the next pitch for a strike. No connection there for Jordan Wilson, a little ahead of that one. San Luis High School in Arizona. San Luis about 15-20 minutes south of Yuma. Recently, San Luis High School was a state soccer champion for 5A. The high school located just about 3 miles from the border. And a little toss over to first base to let Hagan know that he is aware of his presence.
Yeah, you know, Daniel Zaragoza, a left-handed pitcher, so, you know, that helps in keeping those runners a little bit closer to the bag.
Here's the pitch. This one lifted foul right side, out of play. Saracoso will be back in action Wednesday against Taft from the Central Valley Conference, and the majority of the games that Saracoso has scheduled are from the Central Valley Conference, and most of those will be on the road and able to get in the rotations on the bye weeks from the Central Valley. Fastballs outside From Coso's league, though, Lee, only one team opted to participate, in San Jacinto, and I think they're only playing the 10 games.
Yeah, which is interesting to me because I would think teams like Chaffee and San Bernardino, they'd be all in. I can kind of understand Barstow and Victor Valley, but I don't understand Chaffee and those guys not playing.
Well, this is a wild pitch all the way to the backstop, and going down to second base will be Hagan. So with nobody out, leadoff man Colin Hagan at second base. Antelope Valley trying to get off to a better start than the other day in Lancaster. Zarazaga peers in, gets his sign from Jackson. Pretty good lead for Hagan at second base, and now steps off the rubber, and that'll send Hagan back to the base.
Yeah, Manny Gutierrez, the second baseman for the Coyotes, keeping him somewhat close.
Little cat and mouse.
Yeah, Luis Reyes just playing back.
This one low, ball 4. Nice stop by Jackson. That went in the dirt. So the first walk of the game, and runners at first and second with nobody out. And here comes Nathan Scott. Scott hitting .545, 12 at 22. Now, as Lee the other day said, keep in mind, again, these are limited at-bats in against teams. I think they've played San Jacinto 4 times already.
Yeah, I believe so. And, yeah, it's such a small sample size. You just can't. 1 or 2 hits can boost your batting average 200 points or drop it 200 points.
Scott, slightly open stance, bats from the right side. This one just a little bit low. Looks like a little slider, little action on that one. Maybe a 4-seamer. Long look in now for Zarazaga. Quick look back at second. Infield double play depth. This one inside all the way to the backstop. Nothing at all that Jackson could do on that one. That just ate him up. And everybody moves up 90 feet. So runners on second and third. Nobody out. And Zarazaga in an early jam this afternoon. If you just tuned in, welcome. This is Saracoso Baseball right here on 1240. CBS Sports Radio for the IWV. Also streaming today on Saracoso.
Runners on second and third. Nobody out. Tom, we got a little bit of a situation brewing here.
Yeah, we do. This one low again. Jackson down on both knees. Scoreboard is burned out in left field. I never thought I would say that, but evidently electrical issues. Zarazaga again peers in. Gets his sign. Pretty deliberate, but you got runners on base. And the pitch, that one right down the pipe. Infield is back. They would give up the run to get an out here. Early innings, stay out of more trouble. First game scheduled, I believe, for 9 and the second 7, or am I having?
I think it's the opposite, Tom. I think they go 7 and then 9 in the nightcap.
Here's a pitch. This one is lifted to left field in that wind. It's going to keep it in the park, and Delmar Banning comes in, makes a catch, and a pretty good throw to the plate. And now a throw back to third, and safe is Jordan. Boy, he did some pretty good base running. And I tell you what, every fly ball is going to be an adventure. Nice job by Banning Delmar, as he had to go back, then come up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if you saw the flight of that ball, Tom, but that thing started out kind of dead left field and just drifted over towards the left center. And you could see it get knocked down as Banning Delmar was just racing to try to catch up to that thing.
Okay, here is McKinley O'Connor, the catcher. Pretty good base running by Jordan Wilson to take advantage on that throw in. And the next pitch gets away, but not far enough. Boy, Wilson did a pretty good job to knock that one down. And right now, Zarazaga just a little bit shaky. Hopefully he can get his rhythm going here. 1-0 AVC, first inning. Infield is back. Again, they would give up the run for the out here. O'Connor hitting .364. This one is lifted to right field, and that's going to be a little Texas League single. Well, hit it where they ain't, they said, and that is exactly what happened. So a little flare for O'Connor, but it looked good in the box score, and it's 2-0 AVC.
Yeah, don't get bonus runs for how hard you hit it.
And here is Nathan Brubank. Brubank hitting 111, 1 for 9 on the year. He's out of Lancaster High School, local product. 1 down, 2-0. Pitch on the way. This one is swung on and missed. Off-speed pitch. Pretty good location.
Yeah, and Tom, we talk about it a lot, but you just can't overemphasize the importance of that first pitch being a strike. And that's something that the Coyotes pitching staff has got to improve upon if they're going to compete.
Next pitch is high, a ball and a strike. We got to talk again about those extra inning MLB rules. Last night the Angels dropped a 5-4 game, heartbreaker. This one in the dirt inside, and 2-1 now. So trying to find his rhythm is Daniel Zarazoga.
And, I think a little bit of it, too, Tom, with that wind blowing. The pitchers are going to have to figure out how the wind is affecting what they're trying to do.
Well, right now it's not too bad. Again, we're inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brubank awaits. Has 1 RBI this season. Zarazaga look over at first, set at the belt. Here it is. In the dirt again, and that's going to be a pretty easy stride down to second base for O'Connor. So we'll call that a wild pitch, unless I don't think he was breaking. If he's breaking, we'll give him a stolen base. What do you think?
No, I think you're right there, Tom. That pitch hit in the grass before it even got to the dirt circle. And I was just going to mention Antelope Valley. They're being awfully aggressive. They're reading those balls down in the dirt, and they are not hesitating. They're like, we're going to see what we can do here. And putting more pressure on the Coyotes defense.
This one hit into right field, base hit. So Brubank has his second hit of the season. Moving up 90 feet will be O'Connor. And runners at the corners now with 1 out in a 1-0 game. Hit number 3 for Antelope Valley here in the first inning. And here's George Mercado, the designated hitter. Mercado hitting .235, 4 of 17 with 2 RBIs on the season. Mercado from Palmdale High School.
Be interesting to see here if Antelope Valley sends Brockbank from first.
A little bit high on the fastball.
I did not see Jackson Alaniz, the catcher, go out and put on a sign to indicate to the infield, okay, if the guy at first goes, here's where I'm throwing the ball. So we'll see what they're thinking here.
Zarazaga deals. This one is swung on and missed. Challenged him inside fastball. And the count now at 1-1. Last night the Angels led 4-2 going into the bottom half of the 10th inning. Gave up 3 runs on that one. Pitch on the way. This one is lifted foul ground,
playable, maybe.
Giving chase, going over, and it'll land harmlessly away from the first baseman, Hunter Bagshaw.
Yeah, that was a difficult play, especially with the winds today. On a non-windy day, that's probably a routine, P3 put out. But today, you could see the wind take that, and Hunter Bagshaw's running the other way, looking over his shoulder, and I'd have fallen down, tripped over my own feet trying to do that.
Zarazaga deals. This one is swung on and missed. Boy, low sinking pitch. Maybe a slider took a little bit off it, but swung at a ball on that one.
Yeah, Mercado swung right over the top, and that was big medicine there for Daniel Zaragoza. He needed that out in the worst way.
Second out of the inning. Runners remain at the corners, and here is Ariv Camacho, .250 hitter. Pitch on the way. That one swung on and missed. Pretty good fastball. Looks like he might be getting his rhythm a little bit now, is Zarazaga.
Yeah, maybe getting that heart rate under about 160 and seeing a little bit better and relaxing.
Yeah, only 2 2/3 inning.
There goes the runner at first.
Throw down to second is a good one, and they don't get him, but no advancement there from O'Connor at third.
Yeah, that was a very nice throw by Jackson Alaniz. Right on the bag, about thigh high.
Yeah, Brockbank just had a great jump. Not a lot you could do, but that was a very good throw.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when we can talk about stolen bases, I think there's 3 links in the chain here, and they all 3 got to be working if you're going to get the guy at second.
Pitch on the way. This one is outside, backhanded there by Jackson Alaniz. So second and third, 2 out. First inning, 2 men on, 2-0 in favor of the Marauders. Peering in now, getting his sign is Zarazaga, the San Luis, Arizona native. I think that's the first athlete that I can remember that we've recruited from San Luis High School.
Yeah, well, you would know, Tom, because you know every high school in the tri-state area and who's been doing what for the last 20 years. Yep. So if you say that's the first guy, I'm going with it.
Next pitch a little bit outside. Camacho is the 7th man to bat here in the first inning.
Yeah, and Zaragoza has thrown 31 pitches to this point.
Well, he's ready again. Gets the sign. Here it is. This one is foul back and maybe off the glove that time of Jackson. And so 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trying to get one more out and let Coso swing the bats. And they'll see Michael Dorr, Jackson Holzem, and Luigi Reyes. First 3 scheduled hitters for head coach Justice Scott. In the bottom of the first, pitch on the way. That one swung on and missed. Strike 3. And that'll do it here in the first inning. However, 3 hits in the inning, and that produces a couple of runs. We go to the bottom of the first inning. It's Antelope Valley 2, Saracoso coming to bat. as much over there.
Which will be appreciated by everybody.
Holsom would follow. Preston Johnson ready to go. Gets his sign from O'Connor, and this one lifted in the infield. Again, it's an adventure, and it's going to bounce foul. It hit fair, bounce foul, and O'Connor, again, the last person you want under a high-towering fly ball is a catcher. And O'Connor was backpedaling. And when you backpedal as a catcher in the wind, from my experiences in high school, that is not a comfortable position to be in, but really he's the only one that had a chance to get it.
He did, and you could see how the wind affected that. I mean, that ball naturally comes back to the infield, but a little gust there, and I think it went a little bit further than O'Connor was anticipating.
Fastball a little bit high. Full count now. First batter of the game for Saracoso. 3-2. Pitch coming up. Way upstairs, ball 4. Good patience by Dorr, and he'll draw the walk. And here is Jackson Holsom hitting .333 for a 12 on the year. So I'm sure that they told Johnson, look, there's no way you can put extra people on base today and get away with it. Johnson is out of Martin Luther King High School, which is down in Riverside. And here is Jackson Holsom, right-handed batter. Played center field yesterday and back there again.
Nice little first pitch, two-seam fastball.
0-1 the count. Catch up defensively for AVC here. This one is hit hard to left field, base hit. Everybody moves up 90 feet. So a walk and a single, and here's Luigi Reyes coming up.
Kind of starting out like Antelope Valley did in the top of the first, only they had their single, then their walk.
Outfield for Antelope Valley. From left to right, Omar Santa Maria, Colin Hagan, and Nathan Brockbank. Infield from third to first, Ryan Redondo, Jordan Wilson, Ariv Camacho, and Nathan Scott. A battery of Johnson and O'Connor. And here is Luigi, a .412 hitter. 7 of 17 yesterday. Struggled at the plate. Went 0 for 3. Reyes with 4 RBIs. Look back at second. Slider outside. Ball 1. Infield will go back for 2.
Yeah, and Thursday, Tom, you mentioned against Mount San Jacinto, the entire batting order for the Coyotes was pretty quiet.
And this one fouled away. Well, what percentage would you say is the importance of pitching at this level? Would you say it's all the momentum, a good chunk of the momentum? This has been discussed. Even at any level, though, you think about if the pitching's good, usually everything falls in line. Not always, but I would say a good chunk of the time. Breaking ball, and Reyes looks at a strike. Boy, good bend on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, it's hard to maybe proportionalize the importance of stuff. I think pitching is probably the most important aspect.
And there's a base hit up the middle, and that'll score a run. And it'll be runners at first and third. RBI for Luigi Reyes, and Dorr scores. Holsom will go to third, and Luigi stops over at first. So here comes Hunter Bagshaw, and continue on with your thought, Lee.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the pitching obviously is probably the most important part, because if I can't throw strikes, I can't, you know, I'm giving up free bases. Where, you know, it's hard when you force your offense to score 10 runs just to be in a game.
Okay, Bagshaw didn't play in the game on Thursday. .429 hitter, and he hits one deep to left center. If it's fair, which it's way fair, it's gone. Oh, my, he got all of that. First ball hitting, and it's like batting practice right now for the Coyotes. So Bagshaw will clear the bases, a home run, a 3-run homer. And it is now a 4-2 game. So 3 hits in the first 4 batters. And now that'll bring up Danny Jimenez. And, boy, in all honesty, not much on that last pitch.
No, it looked like Preston Johnson just left that one up, out over the plate. And Hunter Bagshaw's timing was right on, got his arms extended, and I bet he hit that thing probably 405. He got into it.
And here's Jimenez. He takes a strike in the count 0-1.
I think, Preston Johnson, though, he's been hit up a little bit, but he keeps throwing it in there, and that's all you can ask from these guys. I'd rather see him keep attacking the zone than getting a little snake bit and trying to nibble.
Next pitch, strike 2, 0-2 the count now. I think that's exactly what he was probably told. And that one just does miss a little bit low and outside. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Johnson working pretty quickly. And I have only seen really 2 pitches that he's throwing. Pitch on the way, that one is outside. A little slider and a fastball. He did have 1 breaking pitch. That looked pretty good, but haven't seen a lot.
Yeah, it looks like he's relying on a 2-seam fastball and his slider.
And a little chopper down to short. Throw to first is low, but dug out. Nice job by Nathan Scott, and there's an out in the inning. So Jimenez down 6-3, 1 down, and here's Anthony Davis. Davis, a .316 hitter, 6-19. He has 3 RBIs.
Yeah, Nathan Scott over at first base did a nice job on that play. Jordan Wilson kind of threw him an in-between hop, and Scott stuck with it and got the out.
Yeah, Davis drew the collar the other day, was 0 for 4 and takes a strike at the knees, and the count is 0-1 with Manuel Gutierrez to follow.
Yeah, Anthony hitting from the left side here. He is loving this wind.
Next pitch, this one just inside, 1-1 the count. Pretty good idea that time by Johnson. Try to keep Davis from extending those arms. Johnson ready again. This one is lifted foul back towards us, and the count now is 1-2.
Yeah, it looked like Preston Johnson's trying to throw that slider and get it to bite and head right towards the back foot of Anthony Davis. He just, he has to make sure it bites and not just spins. Otherwise, it's going over the fence.
Pitch on the way. That one inside. Nearly hit him. He almost walked into that one. So 2-2 the count. 1 down, 4 runs in, 3-run homer by Hunter Bagshaw. No doubt about it. Pitch on the way. That one is hit to center, and that's going to be a base hit. Left that one too much over the plate. So that is hit number 4. And looking back Tuesday in that first game, Coso had 24 hits, but that was only in 5 innings. So
right.
I think if this game's 9, then there will be the 10-run rule after 7, I would believe.
Yeah, but we're going. Remember, we're going 7 here.
Okay, so it would be 5 then.
Correct. Yeah, and the Coyotes batters, and there's nothing cheap about what they've done so far. They're squaring it up.
And that one is hit to left field, playable though for Santa Maria. He's got to come in against the wind, makes a catch for the 2nd out of the inning.
Yeah, and there is nothing routine when the ball goes up in the sky with the wind blowing the way it is today. And Santa Maria, like you mentioned, nice job running that thing down. You can't stop on it.
And here's Jackson Alaniz, and he's the 8th man to bat here in the first inning. Jackson, 1 hit on the year, 1 for 9. Right-handed hitter. And the pitch is a strike. Good pitch that time. Took a little bit off it. Alaniz is from Nixon High School in Laredo, Texas. Not very far from the border.
There he goes.
Low pitch. Throw down to second is not going to be anywhere close. He would have stole that no matter what. He had a great jump. So another runner in scoring position is Anthony Davis. And I guess the question's going to be, Lee, and we'll talk about it more, a lot of the guys that are, second, third-year guys, maybe redshirted 2 years ago, what are they going to end up doing next year? I mean, this has been a really bizarre situation, a swing and a miss for Alaniz. Good cut, pretty good pitch that time by Preston Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, and you see it at all levels, like guys that are moving up to the 4-year level. I mean, you got 24-year-olds that are juniors as far as their eligibility. It's like, good grief, you guys should be out working.
And there is strike three, first strikeout of the game for Preston Johnson ends the inning. However, the Coyotes come up with 4 hits. The big blow, the home run by Hunter Bagshaw. They get 4 runs. 1 in the books from Ridgecrest. Our score, Saracoso 4, Antelope Valley 2. Back after this, 1 minute.
For Antelope Valley this inning, Tom?
Absolutely. Omar Santa Maria, Ryan Redondo, and then to the top of the order, we have Colin Hagan. All right, let's see if Zarazaga, maybe those nerves are now settled. The freshman ready deals. This one's chopper wide of short. Backhand, Reyes.
Strong
Good throw,
Oh.
but did he take his foot off the bag? And the answer is no, he didn't. Well, that was very, very close at first. Nice play, though, by Bagshaw to come off the bag and get that foot back on.
Yeah, Hunter Bagshaw, what do they got him listed here? 6'2". He needed about 6'4", and he got it out of his big toe. He must have a big, big toe.
Redondo steps in, and a swing and a miss well in front of that fastball. Redondo from Malibu High School down by the beach. That one in the dirt. You know, it's good to see a few more out-of-town people for Antelope Valley. This, you know, I think the program, you know, Livermont's done a pretty good job. Last year they were competitive, the most I think I've seen them before the COVID hit. They defeated Saracoso, I believe, twice last year before the season ended. This one upstairs for a ball, fastball. But going back, they have really, really, really struggled over the past years.
Yeah, you know, which is kind of surprising. I mean, that campus down there is real nice. Their facilities, the baseball facilities, are top-notch.
And a nice breaking pitch for a strike. Boy, that just froze Redondo. Yes, they built that in about 2:08. I remember when they were doing that. I remember doing some games from their old baseball location, and it really...
Yeah, where was that?
It was not... It was not very updated, put it that way. This one is way outside.
So they were in need of a new facility? Is that what you're
They were
Tom?
in desperation of a facility. And just to be very honest, I mean, I remember Dick Adams would just shake his head when we would get there. And pitch coming up. This one is flared foul ball right side. I mean, that was out on a table, and there was no press box. I mean, if the field was chalked, it might have been done, you know,
a couple games ago.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. It was not really
pretty austere conditions, huh?
Pitch comes up.
Oh,
this one is hit down to short. Good hop for Reyes. Throws, gets him, 2 down, and then that'll bring up Colin Hagan. He'll be the number 3 batter of the inning, number 1 batter in the lineup, leadoff man.
Yeah, that was a nice 90 there by Ryan Redondo. He's a pretty big kid, and he got down the line pretty well.
Hagan singled to right field his first time at bat. He came around to score on a sac fly. Pitch comes up, And that one just about hit him, or if it didn't, I don't know how it missed, but it did miss, and it's 1-0.
I think if you would have had a cleat size of 1 or 2 bigger, probably would have hit him.
Well, then they decided they were going to build a new soccer field and update everything, and they did a beautiful job. Pitch on the way, and this one bounces up, and that's ball 2. And they played for 2 years over at Jet Hawk Stadium, all their games, which is absolutely
I get spoiled doing that.
A great place to play. Pitch comes up, that one high, 3-0. Then they built the new facility, and the only tiny complaint I would have, and it's just because of the media standpoint, is you go into their press box, and it's like a tomb.
Oh, yeah?
You can't really get a crowd mic outside because of the way it's set up. It's all glass, and that's ball 4.
Boy, 4 straight after he gets 2 ground ball quick outs. Last thing that Ryan Cantrell, the pitching coach, wants to see is 4 straight out of the zone.
Absolutely. Here's Jordan Wilson, the shortstop. Wilson walked, came around to score back in the first inning. 6 hits on the year for Wilson, 373 his numbers. Bats from the right side.
5 in a row there from Daniel Zaragoza, and right now, Tom, he's sitting at 46 total pitches, and he is split right down the middle, 23 strikes and 23 balls.
Analytics, gotta love them. Jordan Wilson is from Bossier City, Louisiana, and the pitch, that one low, and the count now 2-0, and just like you said, really just trust your defense today. I mean, you're playing a team that struggled some. They're still looking to get in the win column, and you easily won on Tuesday 2 games, so you know their personnel. This one hit down to third, easy hop there, throw across from Davis in time, and that'll be that. So just exactly what we were talking about. Trust your defense. In the second inning, 3 ground balls, 1 walk. No run score. Bottom of the second inning we go to. It is Saracoso 4 and Antelope.
I mean, they maybe have it hanging over an ear or something, but...
Yeah, in Houston last night I noticed, they had a good chunk in Houston. Actually at Dodger Stadium, too. A fairly good amount of folks had masks on last night at Dodger Stadium. Limited capacity. Anaheim Stadium now, I think they're allowing 9,000 in. And there's a little off-speed pitch swung on and missed by Bannon Del Mar, hitting .353. Didn't play Thursday in that game. He's got 3 RBIs on the year. And the pitch coming up. This one check swing, and they appeal, and the answer is no, he did not go.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to ask. It didn't look like he went, but you never know.
Top of the order to follow with Mike Dorr. Scored the first run for Saracoso. This one's right at the knees. Fastball. Boy, good location by the right-hander, Johnson.
He's doing a good job of working ahead here, Tom, and that's an advantage pitcher.
Mm-hmm. And this one's outside. You just wonder, and again, you made a good point. It's better to at least challenged. Knowing you saw your team lose, pretty handily the other day, but this one way outside. You wonder if he has enough velocity to be competitive at this level. In other words, when he's got his fastball going, I think he's going to have to develop another go-to pitch.
Right. And physically you look at him, and he's pretty slim and trim. I mean, they list him at 6'1", $160, and that might be a little generous on the LB side because he looks like about $145.
So ball 4, that one not really close. Looks like maybe a slider, and again, first man of the inning walked. Here's Michael Doerr. He walked back in the first inning, leadoff man for Saracoso. 500 hitter, 7 hits on the year. Pitch on the way. This one right on the corner, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, and Preston Johnson's doing a decent job of getting ahead here of his batters.
Yeah, he's lost. In fact, a couple guys he's walked, he was ahead in.
Yeah, and he just kind of let it slip away from him.
And really, if you're Antelope Valley, you pretty much have to play a perfect game to try to get late innings and be close enough to try to come back and win a game. Pitch on the way. This one low. And at least looking at all their scores, it's early on they've really struggled.
Yeah, and going back to the first pitch strike for Preston Johnson here, this is the 10th batter he's faced. He's thrown 9 first pitch strikes. So he's been ahead of everybody except one batter.
Oh. And this one's a fastball high, and Doerr has good patience along with good power.
And hitting from the left side, which
today could be a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't hurt, that's for sure.
Look over at first, and he'll throw over that way, and back easily is Delmar.
Yeah, Delmar's got a pretty decent lead over there. There's a nice slider.
Yeah, that's had some good movement on it, and that's strike 2. Doerr is always, at least the 2 years he's been here, been a very good 2-strike hitter. He was last year until the stoppage. And the pitch, this one is hit high in the air, and it's going to probably fall in front of the right fielder, and it does, Brockbank. And Brockbank was probably going all the way to third is Delmar. And I'm thinking that Brockbank was thinking this one's going to probably, get up in that air and maybe travel some, but
yeah, well, it looked like, Tom, I mean, he kind of froze for a minute. It was a pretty big swing that time by Michael Doerr, so he's probably going, you're just like you were saying, this thing is going to go a mile. And Doerr got it off his hands, and it just kind of didn't really go as far as it looked like it was going to go when it came off the bat.
So first and third, nobody out. And here's Jackson Holsom, who singled back in the first inning. One of 4 hits in that first inning. You wonder if the wind is shifting just a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, hard to say.
Usually, when it blows, it doesn't blow in very often. There's a strike right on the outside part of the plate. So Johnson, really with a little bit of luck, would have an out in the inning, but first and third, and now they throw to first, trying to keep Michael Doerr at bay. Doerr with very good speed over at first base. Reyes would follow. And the pitch, this one low, and knocked down by O'Connor, and Doerr can easily go to second base. So now you've got 2 runners in scoring position. A couple of chances for an RBI for Jackson Holsom, who has 3 on the season.
Yeah, and I think I want to score that defensive indifference, Tom. McKinley O'Connor saw the runner break, and he just kind of looked at him and looked down and picked the ball up with no sense of urgency.
Boy, good pitch that time right on that outside part of the plate. So again, another 2-strike count against a Coso batter, and I think 3 of the 4 hits have been with 2 strikes.
Yeah, infield in now. Everybody's up on the grass.
And this one hit foul, and nice play by your son, Jeremiah Johnson.
Yeah, good to see he still remembers how to catch.
Oh, indeed.
But doesn't know how to throw, apparently.
Well, my question is, with that degree he has now, has his allowance gone up at home any?
Ha! Yeah. going to start giving me an allowance.
And the pitch on the way. That
Oh.
one swung on and missed. He chased a bad pitch that time, and I think he knew it.
Yeah, he started that one on the outside edge and threw that breaking ball even further out. And Jackson needed a fungo bat probably to hit that thing.
That's the same type pitch, though, he threw to Michael Dorr when he walked in the first inning, and Bannon Delmar. He,
right.
with a 3-2 count, tried to
throw that slider by him.
Yeah, way in that outside part. Infield is in, as you said, and this one's a strike. Well, you know, the thinking too. Well, it's a 7-inning game, so I was going to say, you know, the thought is, you know, it's early innings. You don't want to give up a big inning, and you kind of play people back for an out. But aggressive, they got everybody in.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with this. I mean,
and your Twins did the same thing a few weeks ago. They had everybody in with Mike Trout at bat, and I'm thinking, well, that
which was about the
suicide.
I was yelling at the TV.
Yeah.
When I'm not a big league manager, but what are you guys thinking? They had first base open too, Tom. I'm like, walk this guy. He's been like the MVP for the last 20 years in a row.
I remember that. Second and third, and you got Mike Trout up, and now you're on the edge of the grass. This one swung on and missed. Good location that time by Johnson. He really, you know, Johnson now mixing his locations up some and trying to keep people a little bit off balance. So Reyes with 2 strikes against him.
Yeah, he's got some real nice movement on that off-speed stuff.
And the pitch.
There it
and
is
a foul tip, and it is dropped.
Yep.
Couldn't hold on to it.
McKinley O'Connor couldn't squeeze that thing, or they would have had a second out there.
Reyes looks back and asks likely what the count is, gets his answer.
I'm surprised Michael Dorr isn't taking a little bit more off of second base there. Nobody's holding him in. He can see all of the infielders. I'd be standing right behind the shortstop if I was him.
And the pitch, a swing and a miss, and falling to the ground is Reyes. Boy, he was trying to hit the ball to Trona that time.
Yeah, no feedback on the barrel of that bat, and I guess he just pulled him right over.
So 2 down, runners remain at first and third. Michael Dorr down at second, Bannon Delmar at third, and here is Bagshaw, who homered his last time at bat over left center field, probably about a 386 shot, that power alley. Pitch on the way. This one hit the other direction, and that goes foul. Well, would you put Bagshaw on and create a force everywhere and take your chances with the Menes, or do you just challenge Bagshaw, who hit one into orbit his last time at bat? And the answer is a challenge, and that's strike 2.
Yeah, I think at this point of the year and kind of the way it is, I'm like, pitch to him.
Yeah.
You
Again, this is almost like a tryout in many ways because
Yeah.
no one's going to use any eligibility up. And
Yeah.
you get to take a look at guys, and then for managers, coaches, they can take a look at what they need to, you know, to fill in spots to be more competitive. Here is the 2-strike pitch, and that is high.
Yeah, you know,
1
and
2.
you get a chance, too, to kind of see how your guys handle pressure. I mean, for Preston Johnson here, he's already given up 4 in the first, and he's got guys on second and third with 2 outs. Okay, what are you going to do? How are you going to handle it? Because you're going to be in this spot at some point when it really matters.
And this one hit hard to center field, but it's right smack dab at Colin Hagan.
That was an excellent job by Colin Hagan. A line drive hit right at you in the outfield can be probably one of the most difficult plays there is.
So Saracosa will strand 2 runners on base, 1 hit in the inning. 2 in the books from Saracosa. Our score, it is Saracosa 4. believe, Panaca, Nevada. Did I pronounce that right?
I have no idea, Tom.
Well, I guess you're not one of those hikers, are you, that go out to the Nevada wilderness like many folks do. Pitch on the way. This one hit hard, but right at the second baseman, Manuel Gutierrez, who makes the catch. Line drive, but right there at Gutierrez, and 2 down now.
Yeah, you move that thing 5 feet left or right, and that's his second base hit of the ball game.
And here's Nathan Brockbank, 111 hitter. Got his second hit of the season. Brockbank, slightly built. They list him at about 5'8", and 140-pounder. And it's a nice off-speed pitch for a strike. Zarazoga is maybe got his rhythm back some and some confidence going now. He only had less than 3 innings all season long on the mound. And the next pitch, this one hit foul into the net, and we'll reset and try it again with the count at 0-2.
Yeah, and if Daniel Zaragoza here can have a quick inning, that'll sure help. You know, his pitch count's getting a little bit up there for 3 innings, but
0-2 pitch coming from the left-hander from Arizona, and that is at the knees. Strike 3, beautiful location. So a 1-2-3 inning. Probably only less than 10 pitches he threw that inning, which is exactly what he needed because he had a high count coming in. We go to the bottom of the third. It'll be Daniel Jimenez, Anthony Davis, and Manuel Gutierrez for Saracoso. That's the number 5, 6, and
it when it reminds me that gas is in the low $2 range there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that must be nice.
Jimenez 0 for 1, grounded out to short back in the first inning. And beginning his third inning of work is Preston Johnson. And the first pitch is to right field, playable.
Look at that thing go.
Maybe not playable. There, the wind took it, and Brockbank now is thinking to himself, well, last time I went back, and it landed way in front of me. This time I come up, and it goes over my head. Boy, oh, boy.
Yeah, you could see that thing just hook from left to right. Brockbank started coming in to his right, and all of a sudden he dropped, stepped to his left, and started running as fast as he could.
Yeah. It's, kind of like a lot of ballparks. There's sometimes a real hometown advantage, especially when the wind and things come up about where you're going to play people and how much warning track you have, and how fast the wall comes up. First pitch is outside, ball 1.
Right, and especially if you're here a lot, you kind of can gauge, okay, the wind's blowing this hard from this direction, and that usually means this, whereas the visiting guys have no idea.
And Davis takes a strike on the outside part of the plate. Anthony, numbers are .316, 7 hits on the year now after the one in the first inning, and he's got 3 RBIs. Look back at second to Jimenez. Wind now picking up some. And the pitch, this one is right up the middle for a base hit, and that'll score a run as the ball's going to take a while to get to the outfielder Hagan. And it's now a 5-2 game in favor of Saracoso. Well, didn't hit it very hard, just a soft little line drive up the middle.
Yeah, you know, again, sometimes it's not how hard you hit it, it's kind of where you hit it. And
here's Manuel Gutierrez. Gutierrez 0 for 1. Flew out to left field his first time at bat. 2 for 4 coming into play. Now 2 for 5. Slight build is Gutierrez. Gets a long look in. And right down the pipe for a strike. Yeah, it's Gutierrez also from San Luis High School. A teammate of Zarazaga. Knew there were 2 from San Luis. And a big chopper foul. Boy, San Luis, as I mentioned, about a 20-minute drive below Yuma. And I believe only about 3 miles from the border. They had the state champion soccer team, as I mentioned earlier, 5A. And the pitch on the way, check swing, and maybe a foul tip, or maybe he didn't go, and the throw down to second is a beautiful one. And, safe at second base. What a throw, though, by O'Connor. And somehow, and again, what a jump that, Davis had. But that throw was beautiful, and maybe the tag wasn't put on right by Camacho. I don't know.
Yeah, it didn't look like it. It looked like he kind of waved his glove over there, but never made contact with Anthony Davis.
All right, 2 strikes. This one is hit foul, so staying alive is Gutierrez.
Yeah, looking at Gutierrez, they got him listed at 5'10", 163. Him and Preston Johnson could probably square off on the wrestling mat here. They kind of look about the same.
Yeah, they'll need to hit the weight room this summer.
Yeah.
And this one is outside again. Every time when he has those 2 strikes, he tries to throw one on that outside corner, that slider, and he's not missing by a lot.
No, and it's a good approach. I mean, you're just walking it off and seeing if he can get these batters to try to chase it.
And the pitch, fastball. Boy, that just misses, and Johnson kind of looks in and says, "Hey, please, sir, we need a break."
Yeah, that was
pretty good pitch.
Pretty good pitch.
So full count. Look back at second. And he went off speed, missed high. So again, that's his 3rd walk, or he's been ahead 0-2 or 1-2 and just couldn't finish the deal.
Catcher number 11, Jackson Alani.
And here's Alaniz, 0 for 1, struck out back in the first inning. 111 hitter coming into play.
Yeah, and runners on first and second here, Tom. Less than 2 outs. We set up the infield fly rule, so that'll be in effect, which might be a blessing based on this wind.
Alaniz, Laredo, Texas native. So Johnson has seen a lot of base traffic in his first couple of innings and continues to do so. Soft single by Anthony Davis, and Gutierrez, patience, draws a walk. And this one in the dirt, O'Connor keeps it in front of him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is Preston Johnson's last inning, depending on how long this goes. He's already up near 70 pitches.
And again, Antelope Valley likely, just kind of looking at stats, not a lot of depth in their pitching repertoire, and this one high. So unlike the other day where we had a bigger strike, so on this one a little bit tighter. And the count 2-0.
Yeah, and again with that wind, I'm sure these guys are trying to find the right balance here.
2-0 pitch coming up, and fouled this one once again.
Off.
Yep, down to Jeremiah, who will
better throw that time.
Throw it into the AV dugout. 2 balls and a strike. 5-2 Saracoso. Bottom of the 3rd inning. First game of 2. This game scheduled for 7. Johnson taking his time. Quick look back. Set at the belt. Now deals. And that one is outside. 3-1.
Those are not bad-looking pitches. They're close.
No, they're not. Not at all. He's been, as you mentioned, he really hasn't, when he's off, he hasn't been that off. He just,
Yeah, it's not like he's missing by a lot.
Pitch on the way. This one swung on and missed. So another 3-2 count for Johnson.
Yeah, that pitch was up, and he took a little off it, and Jackson Alanese thought he was gonna match Bagshaw there and put one over the yellow line on the fence.
So 3-2 pitch, 2 runners on, and this one popped up. Well, it's up in that wind, giving chase, and it's going to hit the dugout. Scott O'Connor both over there thinking maybe, but that one ended up well out of play. And
yeah, on a day like today, you can't give up on anything. You just never know.
As I mentioned the other day when I was talking about dugouts and foul territory, well, I can remember a couple of places where foul balls were an adventure. Not for the players, but for the pedestrians or the cars going by. All right, nobody out. Full count, and this one fouled again. So protecting the plate is Alanese, and the battle continues, and the pitch count for Johnson, as you mentioned, has got to be increasing.
Yeah, up at 74 right now, and this next pitch for Alanese is going to be the 8th pitch of this at bat, so he's battling.
Okay, Johnson once again peers in. O'Connor goes over the signs and the pitch. This one is hit hard but foul down the third base line and out of play. So it's the 4th fought-off foul ball by Alanese.
Right, and, good job on Preston Johnson. I mean, he has got behind 3-1 in the count, and he is throwing 4 straight in the strike zone.
Here it is, this one, ball 4. He missed again on the 3-2 count.
Kind of pounds his glove.
So it's kind of been in tough luck. He just has got to work on closing, with a good pitch. He's trying to make a good pitch, but not let him get squared around. It's one of those things where the manager comes out and says, hey, throw a strike, but don't make it a good pitch.
Right.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
All right, bases loaded. Infield midway, they could go for 2 or come in, depending on how the ball was hit. Fastball outside, ball 1, and the count 1-0. Bannon Delmar, with 3 RBIs on the season, walked his first time at bat. Chance here to get some RBIs, and John Livermont's going to come out and have a discussion.
Yeah, and I see.
All right, John Livermont had a say, and we'll see what the right-hander can do now. And really, I mean, it's tough for advice. I mean, he's making some good pitches. He's just not finishing. He's been ahead of, it's pretty strange. When you got guys, the center fielder's hat, Hagen starts to blow away. You don't see that often. But what are you going to tell a guy that, I mean, he's missing close, and then on 3-2 he just can't finish. I mean, it's not like he's not throwing strikes.
Correct. I mean, I think you just go out there and say, hey, just keep battling. You're doing a good job, and that's all you can do. And Delmar fouls his first pitch off. Infield fly still in effect. Bases loaded with nobody out.
And Johnson trying to pick up a couple RBIs. Looking in again is Johnson. Toes are rubber. Delmar out of Skyline High School in Mesa. This one in the dirt. Nice stop by O'Connor.
Yeah, and Redondo at third and Scott at first for the Marauders. They're thinking, okay, anything hit to me, I'm going home, and then I'm going to try to twist a double play home to first. Obviously, your middle guys are just going to twist it normally.
Pitch coming up. This one is lifted, foul ground, and we'll try again. So 2-2 the count. Again, another two-strike count for Preston Johnson. And the Coyotes have, well, traditionally, in the last couple of years, Syracuse has been a good two-strike hitting lineup for the most part.
Yeah, and I think, it's really a mindset, a lot of it. Who keeps their composure, who has confidence.
Pitch coming up. Here it is. And that one is lifted to left field, and the wind's going to bring it in fair ground, and it's going to bounce 10 feet in front of Santa Maria. So now the wind is really playing havoc. That would have been a routine fly out, so 2-run score. And now you got to start feeling for Preston Johnson, but after Thursday, Coso needs a few breaks, I would imagine. So that's going to be a win double, and that's going to score a win single, I beg your pardon, and that'll score 2 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, Omar Santa Maria Jr. had no chance. That ball came off the bat pretty hot, and he broke right away coming in, and that wind just said, I'm putting this thing in the dirt before you can get within 50 feet.
So really where it's blowing, it's kind of blowing, it's blowing from left to right. We talk about fields, and it's really kind of being cut in left center. So in other words, as it goes up, then it's getting knocked down.
Absolutely.
And that one's a shot down the right field line, foul.
That would have hurt somebody if they would have got hit.
So I believe this, if it continues, the 10-run rule would, if it gets to that point, would be in effect, and this game would go 5.
That's correct, yeah. When they play 7, and when they do have the 10-run rule, which we normally don't have, I think that's been kind of a COVID feature.
Pitch comes up, this one in the dirt, and that's going to move everybody up. Well, they're going to, O'Connor thought about throwing down to second base. He knocked down what would have been a wild pitch, and everybody moves up 90 feet. So now you've got runners at second and third, 2 RBIs out on the plains.
Yeah, and, McKinley O'Connor was going to come up and throw it to second, but unfortunately Reeve Camacho and Jordan Wilson were spectating instead of playing, and they both were standing there looking at each other going, oh, somebody should cover second.
Pitch coming up. Here it is. This one is hit hard to right field, and that is a home run. If it stays fair, it does. And so Mike Dorr just cleared. Well, the guy that can also play tennis hits a 3-run shot.
Yeah, I think that was still accelerating, Tom, when it went over the fence. That thing got out of here in a heartbeat.
So 10-2 now our score. And here is Jackson Holsom.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a pitching change, Tom.
Still nobody out in this inning.
85 pitches for Preston Johnson. He's done all right. He's thrown 53 strikes and only 32 balls, but kind of a victim of this wind. I thought his defense has played well. Just, not much you can do when a guy puts one up into the jet stream and it
You know, back in the day when we were in the Foothill Conference, it was every week was a Tuesday, Saturday combination doubleheader. And here is Jackson Holsom coming up. Holsom struck out his last time at bat, singled back in the first inning. Right-handed batter. And the pitch, way up, ball one. 1-0 the count to Jackson. Patrick Berry, 6'3", 190, as Mr. Johnson mentioned. Here's the pitch on the way. That's high also. 2-0 now. So Michael Dorr, and that one would have been a home run if it would have been a lunar eclipse. Wouldn't have mattered. That thing was hit.
That came off the bat hot. He pieced that up nice.
And that's a swing and a miss, and took a little bit off that one. Little movement on it. Well, defensively for Antelope Valley, and they're just waiting for an opportunity to the infielders to get a few come their way. Redondo, Wilson, Camacho, Scott from third to first. And the pitch, this one low. Ball 2 in the outfield at Santa Maria. Hagen and Brockbanks. Santa Maria on Tuesday played third base in both the games, and with this wind, he might be wishing he was still at third.
Yeah, kind of trial by fire for those guys out in the outfield.
Very tough. And this one is swung on and foul tipped, and that is strike 2. So another 2-strike count.
Well, Patrick Berry's got to throw it in there on this one. Just like that.
Popped up, and this one's going to come back at us. To our right. And staying alive with 2 strikes. 2-2 is Holsom.
Yeah, and if I'm Antelope Valley, I'm just, trying to will Patrick Berry. Just throw it into the strike zone. If he hits it a mile, he hits it a mile. But I'd rather see that than him walk down to first. Like he just did. All right, that is ball 4. So another walk issued to the Antelope Valley staff, and the first of the day for Patrick Berry. And here is Luigi Reyes, who struck out, also singled, drove in a run. And it scored a run.
Yep. Luigi out of Las Piedras, Puerto Rico. Pitch on the way. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. I used to know my cities a little bit down there, but I really don't anymore. Great baseball talent in Puerto Rico. In fact, I'd even call it fantastic, as every year you get more rosters in Major League Baseball and the minor league system from Puerto Rico. And the pitch on the way. This one, nice slider, and that would have, that missed outside. I would have called that a strike, but as it swept across. And this is where I think maybe your plate umpire's got to open up the zone just a wee bit, maybe. Pitch on the way. This one is a chopper down to third. They go to second for one, on to first, and that's a double play.
Very nice turn. Very nice turn.
Well done by Redondo. Redondo to Camacho to Scott. So 5-4-3. And now the 9th man to bat in the 3rd inning comes up, who hit a home run back in the 1st, and that's Hunter Bagshaw.
That was big medicine there for Patrick Berry. It walks the first guy he sees, but then his infield picks him up, goes round and round the horn, and 2 in the mud.
2 down, 3rd inning, 10-2 now in favor of the Coyotes.
There goes Hagen's lid again.
And he's just going to say, let it go.
Yeah, he's tired of chasing that thing. He's probably got an extra couple miles of jogging in already today, just trying to find his lid.
Bagshaw crushed one his last at bat to Hagen, who made a nice catch right at his knees.
Maybe between innings they'll have to get some athletic tape and strap that baby down.
Nice pitch by, just missed inside by Patrick Berry, Fresno native.
And from the sounds of it, the wind is freshening up a bit.
Berry ready to go. And deals.
There goes the speaker. Look out.
And this one hit down to short. Good throw to first. Gets him. And That is the inning. Meanwhile, we've got the speakers
got the PA system
moving everywhere. Yep.
rolling down the hill.
Well, inning over. After 3, it is Saracoso 10, Antelope Valley 2. Back after this timeout, and we'll reset the speakers and everything else. This is Saracoso Baseball right here on 1240 AM. And we are back. Wind and all, 4th inning. George Mercado, Arif Camacho, Omar Santa Maria, the scheduled hitters here in the 4th inning for Antelope Valley. And on for his 4th inning of work is Daniel Zarazaga. And the first pitch lifted, foul ground up in the wind, and it's going to blow past the dugout. And the wind really now blowing to, really, if you were standing in center field, the wind would probably be blowing just straight towards your dugout on the first base side. But again, it kind of shifts. It doesn't always stay consistent with that way.
Yeah, and what compounds it even more, Tom, is it's gusty. It's not like you have a sustained wind where you can kind of go, okay, here's what it's doing. It's blowing 10 miles an hour for 1 second and then 35 the next.
Mercado checks swing, takes a strike, 0-2 the count. Mercado, a .235 hitter, 0 for 1 today. Zarazaga says yes, a San Luis native. Ready to go. And that just misses low and outside. Zarazaga thought he might have caught the corner there.
Yeah, Mercado pretty confident that was off the plate time. He just kind of stepped back like, okay, I'll wait for the next pitch. And I'm thinking, ooh, you might be heading back to the dugout.
And here it is on 1-2, and that one lifted foul right side again. Yeah, now really the toughest field now, I mean, if it continues the way it is, all the fields can be tough, but left field, now Bannon Delmar, and he's seen this before, he's really got to move in.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
It's going to be like a wall, knock it down. If it stays this way, pitch on the way, that one swung on and foul tipped at the plate.
Well, Jackson Alanese unable to squeeze that thing. Got a glove on it, but keep George Mercado alive.
Mercado 0 for 1, struck out back in the first inning. Zarazaga with 2 strikeouts. Make it 3 strikeouts in this game. He's ready, he deals. This one is a little soft liner to right field, and that's going to be caught. It's going to hang up there for Michael Doerr. And I think I was ready to say that thing won't even reach Michael Doerr, but the wind held that up, and 1 down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that looked like it was going to sink and get in there for a single, and it just stayed up, and Michael Doerr caught it up right around his eyes.
Camacho, 0 for 1, struck out back in the first inning. Has 6 hits on the season. Breaking pitch for a strike. And nice location by Zarazaga.
Absolutely. And you know, you mentioned Bannon Delmar out and left. If I'm coaching, I'm telling him to come even in another 15 to 20 feet. That wind is just murdering it.
Zarazaga ready to go, and this one just a little bit low. And I think Zarazaga's got his rhythm, feels good now, knows that he's got really the defense behind him, knows that AV doesn't have a whole lot of power, so he's really his control a lot better. This one backhanded outside, as I say that, by Alanese, and the count now 2-1.
Yeah, and his pitch count is pretty reasonable. I mean, he's at 65 pitches here with 1 out in the 4th, so not too bad.
And the pitch, this one low.
You know, considering that first inning, he threw quite a few pitches.
Outfield pretty much straight away, of course. Bannon Delmar very shallow and left. And if you're Michael Doerr, you know the terrain pretty well and right, practicing here every day. And he's mid-range out there. This one misses ball 4, just outside. And
yeah, tried to throw a breaking ball, and that thing just didn't really bite a whole lot. Just kind of stayed out there.
That is only walk number 2, though, against Daniel Zarazaga. And remember, Zarazaga came into play with only 2 2/3 inning.
Oh, we got another lid trying to exit the field.
Yeah.
Manny Gutierrez, but he was on it quick. Guy's going to need to get some Velcro.
You know, as usually as windy in the past, it's rare to see, for however they keep it on, fielders lose their hats that often. This one low. Now down, just that interesting, down at Leroy Jackson Park this afternoon, they've got a girls varsity and JV softball doubleheader, I believe against Sultana. And the wind can really do havoc to softball. This one low. Nice scoop there by Alanese.
Yeah, a lot of times they got like the visor thing, right? And then like their hair in a ponytail or something like that.
And boy, that ball the wind can really play tricks even with the softball being a little bit heavier ball. But
sure, yeah.
One down, 4th inning, 10-2. Runner
on.
leaves, and a good throw to second. Still doesn't get him because he had a great jump. Great jump by Camacho, and a good throw again by Alanese, but just wasn't able to get him because of the jump he had.
Yeah, and going back to the kind of the 3 links in the chain, Tom, for stealing bases, it's, you know, your pitcher's got to do his job and hold the runner close. Your catcher's got to transfer it and release it. And then your middle guys have got to catch the ball and put the tag on them.
All right, look back at second. Here it is. This one's a big chopper to third. They'll look the runner back. Davis will throw low to first, and a nice dig down there by Hunter Bagshaw. And that's the second out of the inning. And remaining at second is Camacho. Nice job by Anthony Davis looking back. Good throw across, and a nice play defensively by Bagshaw. And here is Ryan Redondo, the number 9 hitter in the lineup, grounded out to short back in the second inning.
Yeah, and Hunter Bagshaw did a nice job that time, you know, moving his glove horizontally, I guess, raking through the ball instead of trying to go vertically and pick it.
This one low all the way to the backstop. No chance at all for Alanese on that one. And going to third will be Reeve Camacho. 10-2 Coso. 4th inning. First game of a doubleheader. This one listed for 7. The 10-run rule is in effect, though, if it would go to that after 5. Delmar, Holzem, and Doerr, your outfielders left to right. This one outside. That one got away a little bit from him.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Tom. I mean, you know, Antelope Valley kind of struggling to put runs on the board, and here you got Reeve Camacho standing at third after drawing a walk, stealing a base, and then going to third on a wild pitch. Hasn't done anything other than run the bases.
Pitch on the way, a swing and a miss. Good off speed. Took a little bit off on it.
You know, Coyote defense playing back. They'll give up the run here. They'll take an out and 2 outs, obviously. So,
yeah, with 2 outs, I would go ahead and take that.
Yeah, I guess I should check how many outs there are before I open my mouth.
All right, set at the belt as Zarazaga gets his sign. Here it is. And a soft ground ball foul. It'll go over towards John Livermont.
Yeah, this would be big for the Marauders if, you know, Ryan Redondo can get a 2-out knock here and push another run across the plate. Just give him a little bit of momentum and, you know, feel a little bit better about what's going on.
All right, Zarazaga set at the belt. Left-hander peers in. Quick check at third. Here it is. And low. Again, Alanese in the dirt to block it. And count now runs to 3-2 for Zarazaga. Davis, Reyes, Gutierrez, Bagshaw, third to first. And the pitch. This one poked, and it'll get into right field. Boy, just a seeing eye little single. And that'll score Arive Camacho to make it a 10-3 game in favor of Saracoso. So Redondo, a soft base hit, his second hit of the year. And we'll go to the top of the order, and Colin Hagan, who was 1 for 1, also walked. Hagan scored a run back in the first inning.
Yeah, Redondo, that pitch was well outside. He totally extended for it and got about the last 1/8 of an inch of the bat on that thing. Oh, little check swing.
Yep.
See how we play this.
And it goes under the glove of Gutierrez. He charged the baseball. That was just a lot of English, a spinning baseball going towards second base. And Gutierrez did the right thing. He charged it. He just didn't keep his glove down. And he was, I guess he was watching the runner. That would be something that might happen on occasion. Just you kind of take your eye off just for a second, but that wasn't that easy of a play. That thing just was, that ground ball was just dying as it went.
Yeah, no room for error there, but you're right, Tom. He kind of lifted his head up at the last minute, and his glove hand came with his head, and the ball just hugged the grass, and here we are.
Okay, first and second, Jordan Wilson, and this one in the dirt. And going to third, and this one's going to get away, and that one's going to score another run. A throw down it's backed up nicely by Bannon Delmar, but I think that's careless base running. That run would have likely scored. I mean, Bannon would have had to make an unbelievably good throw to the plate, but maybe conservative, down 10-3. So Wilson remains. Ball got away like 4 or 5 feet from Alanis, and he made a quick throw down, and it got away.
Yeah, I'm going to score that Redondo to third on the wild pitch, and then I'm going to go Hagan to second on an E2. He wasn't going anywhere until the throwing error by Alanis, and then he decided he's going to go to second. So maybe a tough error, but I think that's kind of how it happened.
Okay, Wilson waits, second and third, pitch on the way. This one high. 2-0 now the count, with Nathan Scott to follow. Fourth inning, 10-3, Saracoso. Daniel Zarazaga, ready, delivers. This one right down the pipe. Wilson kind of looks at the umpire, but that thing was... Well, you couldn't have painted that any more at the belt down the middle. All right, Zarazaga ready again. He's working pretty quick. And the pitch on the way. This one is hit down to short. That should be the inning. Easy play to first. Throw gets him by a step, and that'll be that. So, in the inning, AVC does get the 1 run. And on the air, and a walk. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. It's Saracoso 10 and Antelope Valley 3 for Saracoso in the fourth inning. It'll be the number 5, 6, and 7 spot. Danny Jimenez, Anthony Davis, Manuel Gutierrez. Well, Lee, a nice play by Reyes. He's got quite an arm.
Yeah, I think and Reedley, Merced. So I could definitely see those guys wanting to get as many games in as they can.
Number 34, Danny Jimenez.
Jimenez steps in. Jimenez on the day grounded out and also singled, 1 for 2. Came in with 4 hits on the year. Slightly open stance for Jimenez. And the pitch, this one hit down to short and bobbled. Throw to first, still gets some great stretch by Scott. Wilson kept his composure and made a pretty good throw after bobbling the baseball and 1 down.
Absolutely right. Didn't panic at all. Picked the ball up, set his feet, and threw a strike over to Nathan Scott at first to record the out.
And now coming up will be Anthony Davis, AD 2 for 2 today. A couple soft line drives that found their way.
Yeah, and both of them right up the middle, and I'm surprised that the shortstop Jordan Wilson doesn't shade a little bit more to his left up the middle, because Anthony's bracketed that second base bag on both of his hits.
And the pitch, this one, nice high strike, right letter high by Patrick Berry, the second pitcher used today by Antelope Valley. Preston Johnson started the game. Davis 316, his numbers. And this one lifted in the air right side, and that's going to be one of those circus things where you try to put the net under the person jumping, and no one's going to get to that. Yeah. You get it to right field, and if it doesn't go out, it's going to be an adventure out there, or short right field. And left field, really no bargain either, is the wind's going to knock those down pretty good also.
Yeah, you would think Omar Santa Maria out there in left would have figured it out by now. He needs to get off that dead spot of grass and move in about 20 feet.
Boy, nice pitch that time. Strike 3. That froze Davis on the off-speed pitch, and that's the second out of the inning. So 2 down, and here is Manuel Gutierrez. Gutierrez on the day, a walk, and also flew out to left field. Manny also from San Luis High School in Arizona, Yuma area, just below Yuma. And the pitch in the dirt. Nice stop by McKinley O'Connor.
Yeah, I think another interesting thing, Tom, like we talk about positioning of the outfield. I mean, Gutierrez, he's going to be in that flyweight wrestling match with Preston Johnson from Antelope Valley after the game, and Santa Maria is playing like he's got, Nelson Cruz standing up at the plate taking hacks. Gutierrez fouls that next pitch off.
Gutierrez 2 hits on the year. 2 for 4, coming in with 4 RBIs. Barry waits, gets his sign. Here it is. This one hit right back at the pitcher. He'll underhand to first, and an easy and the first 1, 2, 3 inning in the 3 games these teams have played. So nothing across for the Coso in the 4th inning. We now head to the 5th. It is Saracoso 10 and Antelope Valley 3. Now this timeout. This is Saracoso Baseball right here on 1240 AM. in the 5th inning. Perez ready. He deals. And that's
3 straight.
a little bit high, and comes off again. He has that, really, when he releases, he really explodes with that arm and his shoulders, and henceforth the hat flips off.
Yeah, and it looks like, maybe his arms, that front shoulder's flying open and his arms dragging a bit because everything's missing up.
And that one right on the corner. Boy, that caught the corner. Good velocity on that pitch. And O'Connor kind of looks back and says, I don't know where the ball is going to go next.
Anybody's guess.
And that one upstairs, that's ball 4, and that'll be a walk for McKinley O'Connor. So first and second here in the 5th inning, 10-3 Coso, trying to, if it's 10 after 5, that would be the completion of the first game. But Antelope Valley's saying, we're not quite
done
yet.
Yeah, first 2 batters to greet Nick Perez. A nice sharp single up the middle, and then a 4-pitch walker.
Give the Marauders credit, too. They, after Tuesday, when you give up 32 runs in 5 innings and 24 in 7, it's, they're coming back today and making a good showing. Next pitch is a nice outside fastball, catches the corner, good velocity, and a little bit of movement so far for Perez. Not a lot that I've seen.
Yeah, and I think, as a coach, that's all you can ask for these guys. They kind of got it handed to themselves on Tuesday. And
this one roller to first base, and they go to second for 1, on to first. No, they don't go to first. So they get the lead runner from at second base. Going to third, though, is Nathan Scott. And with the lead the way it is, that's good fundamental baseball. So Brockbank would be on a fielder's choice. O'Connor is out at second base on a CBS 4-6 or a 1-6 put out. So 1 down, and here's George Mercado, struck out, also flew out to right. And you wonder if they send Brockbank at first. We'll see. The pitch over the top, and that one's inside. And I think we have a pinch hitter here for
yes, we do.
Antelope Valley off the bench.
Yep.
And that would be
Kenneth Harrison Jr.
From Renton, Washington.
Takes the first pitch tight for a ball.
And Harrison, big right-hander, or big right hitter. So another, boy, they have a lot of, more than they've had as far as out of the area students. And the pitch. And that hit him. That's the last thing in the world that Zarazaga, but Nick Perez wanted to do with a lead right now. So hit by pitch.
Yeah, so first 3 batters for Nick Perez. We got a sharp single up the middle, a walk, and a hit by pitch. And there's no room left at the end out there for the Marauders. They got them full.
And here is the scheduled hitter, Ariv Camacho. 250 hitter, struck out in the first, walked in the 4th, scored the 3rd run of the game in the 4th inning. Perez ready to go. He deals. And that one just a little bit low. And the count 1-0. Good fastball again.
Yeah, that one looked nice. Looks like it caught the plate. Just a little down.
Infield, middle range. And that one way upstairs. 2-0 now, with Omar Santa Maria to follow. Camacho been down at second base. Santa Maria, the left fielder, gets his sign. Here it is, a swing and a miss right at the knees fastball. And I think Perez realizes that lower order, not a lot of power. And this one is swung on and missed. Just challenged him. Maybe take a little bit off and hit your catcher's glove right now.
Yeah, he's thrown 2 fastballs right by Ariv Camacho. I'd throw him another fastball.
And with the bases loaded, 1 out, this one is hit down to short. Could be 2 to second for 1, on to first, and that is a double play. So that'll end the threat on a nice turn. 6-4-3 inning is over. So in the 5th inning, the Marauders do threaten. They leave 3 stranded. And now we head to the bottom of the 5th. Our score, Saracoso 10 and Antelope Valley 3. It'll be for Saracoso, Alanis, also Bannon Delmar in the top of the order to Michael Dorr. Against a good San Jacinto team. So Elanese steps in, struck out and walked. Let me tell you what, he's got a very good arm, very good defensive catcher.
Yeah, I know Jeremiah likes him behind the plate, just how he handles the pitchers. And
a nice strike. Oh, did a little bit low. I take it back. Boy, it looked like a pretty good pitch. Just a little bit low. Long look in. Patrick Berry. Patient. And hit down to third. Bobbled. Picked up. Throw. Gets him. Nice play there by Ryan Redondo. So 1 up, 1 down in the 5th inning. And here is Bannon Delmar. Delmar walked. And also singled.
yeah, it's been a nice job today by the AVC defenders. You know, they haven't particularly fielded the ball cleanly, but their internal clocks are synced up pretty good, and they realize, okay, I just pick it up and make a good, strong throw.
And this one fisted, and that is going to be one of those cue ball little singles that just got away from Camacho. Camacho got a good jump on it, but it just kept spinning away, and the wind just kind of moved it away from him. That's one of those balls that might have been caught had there been no wind. Maybe. That thing had a lot of spin, though. So 1 down, 1 on. Top of the 5th we go. We are in. Mike Dorr comes up. Michael last inning crushed one. 3-run home run.
Yeah, that was a no-doubter.
Michael from the Reno area. Patrick Berry says yes. Gets his sign. Here it is. This one is hit.
That's gone, too.
And that's another. Well, this one,
if it stays fair.
Stays fair, that one is gone. So another home run by Michael Dorr. Boy, I tell you what, he's just an incredible athlete, is Michael Dorr. And that makes it 12-3 now.
Michael Dorr has figured out who his friend is today, and that friend's first name starts with a W.
Yep. Boy, it would have been interesting with the win today, to see what it would have been like with San Jacinto and some other folks. I mean, I remember one night here where we went against Chaffee, and 25-22 game because of the wind. Oh, I mean, there were like 4 home runs in a row. That would have been routine fly balls.
Like
this one in the dirt.
Football game, huh?
Jackson Holzum. We went into the night. We started in the day and went into the night.
One of those disadvantages of having lights. You're like, man, if we didn't have lights, we could stop.
All right, Holzum waits. And he hits one foul out behind us. Reyes would follow. And then Hunter Bagshaw, who hit a 3-run homer in the first inning over left center. No win really needed in that one.
No, he murdered that thing.
And the pitch. That one hit to second base, and it just kept in front by Camacho. He throws and just does get him.
Nice play.
So 2 down now in the 5th inning. And here is Luigi Reyes.
The fact that that ball is hit so hard at Camacho is the only reason he had a chance to record the out, because as you mentioned, he kind of knocked it down, but it got to him so quick he had time to pick it up and still beat out Jackson Holzum, who gets down the line pretty good.
So Reyes a single, struck out and grounded into a 5-4-3 double play. And this one, good movement on it, misses just outside Luigi. Wind blowing left to right. You can, poor fans that are here. And that one pops out of the glove. That's ball 2, 2-0 of McKinley O'Connor.
Yeah, you can tell the wind's starting to bite a little bit. People are looking for their blankets and a few other things. The old batter's eye flopping around out there.
Pitch comes. This one is hit to deep left center. Let's see what the wind does to it. The wind's going to keep it in. And at the warning track in front of the 402 sign is Colin Hagan to make the catch for the 3rd out of the inning.
He played that beautifully.
Yeah. Boy, that's not an easy play with this wind.
Not at all.
That thing would have been well out had there been no wind. Okay, 5 in the books from Ridgecrest. Our score now. Ready. Fastball misses inside. Ball 1-1-0. Reyes, good velocity on his pitches. Throws from over the top. And like Lee said, a lot of moving parts. And the pitch. This one swung on and missed. Or got a piece of it. And the count 1-1. Antelope Valley checked in with a .299 team average. But again, with the way the schedule is, you're just kind of getting samples of things. I think he made a good point on that. He did. And the pitch, this one low. 2-1. Don't know who we're going to see in game 2. Maybe Jeremiah Johnson, the first base coach, would have an insight of that between games.
I don't think they ask him a whole lot for pitching advice.
And the pitch, this one fouled at the plate. And we'll try it again. 2 strikes against Santa Maria.
There goes Perez's hat again. I think he needs a chin strap, Tom.
Yeah, Perez is probably thinking, hey, you know, it gets a little bit windy in Tampa, but not like this.
Yeah. Haircut wouldn't hurt either. And I'm just saying that on behalf of his parents.
And here comes a pitch by Perez. That one's out of the zone. 2-2 the count, and the hat goes again. I think you just go without the hat. Put the hat in the pocket.
Yeah, something.
Yeah,
just get a headband or something.
Yeah, you know, we know what team you're on.
Maybe you should get a batting helmet. That's probably heavy enough not to fly off.
I've never seen this many hats fly off from one player. And the pitch on the way. This one hit down to short. Easy play for Reyes. Scoops, throws, gets him, and 1 down.
Solid defense today behind the Coyotes pitchers, which is nice to see, and probably a whole good feeling for those pitchers. They know they can throw ground balls and get some outs.
Reyes out of Puerto Rico. Sure-handed athlete. Ryan Redondo, 1 single on the day. Takes a strike in the count 0-1. 1 for 2, also grounded out to short. Luis ready to, boy, good bend on it. Oh my. Boy, Nick Perez came up. He's been throwing a lot of high velocity stuff, and boy, that had good bend on it. That thing just dove. And the pitch on the way. This one, a big chopper.
You're going to have to hurry.
Yeah, Davis is going to have to scoop, run, throw, and that one's going to go into right field on the throw. And going down to second, at least, is Redondo, and he'll put the brakes on there, I'm sure.
I'm going to call that an infield single, Tom, and then E5, allowing Redondo to get to second.
All right, well, you're the official book. A score, I should say.
That's a lot of pressure.
And here is Colin Hagan. And now that we've got you mic'd up, now you can at least explain your
my thought process. What's the method to the madness?
All right, look back at second. And Nick Perez deals. Big bending. Boys, that might have been one of those sliders that just came left to right. I mean, if you got that going, that thing will really dip as it comes towards you, then just sinks. Look back at second. And Nick ready again. And that one just didn't come back. And that was getting out of the way of that was alertly. Perez ready again. Look back at second. Here it is. And that's a little bit high. Ball 2. Colin Hagan trying to get something going.
Yeah, it seems like Nick Perez is enjoying a little bit more success when he just takes a little bit off that fastball.
Look back. Here it is. And this one hit wide, a third out of play, and it'll go down. We're in the top of the 6th, 10-3. Beg your pardon, 12-3 with that second home run of the day for Michael Dewar. And the count now 2-2. Perez in his second inning of work. The right-hander deals, and this one is fisted back at us, and we'll reset and try it again. First game scheduled for 7, second game scheduled 9 with a 10-run rule in effect, if it should come to that. 2-2 pitch. And another foul ball at the plate. So battling is Colin Hagan. Hagan not giving in, and neither is Nick Perez. Bannon Delmar, Jackson Holzum, Mike Doerr, your outfield, left to right. Perez ready. And this one's fisted in to center field. Just fought it. And everybody moves up station to station, 90 feet. So now you've got, or the runners, I should say, at first and third, as Redondo will go to third.
Yeah, and Jackson Holzum did a real nice job playing that ball. He got it in, hit his cut man, and he forced Redondo to put the brakes on at third.
Here's Jordan Wilson coming up. Wilson 0 for 2 on the day, and a swing and a miss. Pretty good cut that time. Jordan Wilson checked in with a 373 average. 6 RBIs on the year. Also walked back in the first inning, scored a run. And now they've got in a rundown Hagan, and Hagan gets tagged out. And that is out number 2, and that's the last thing Antelope Valley wanted to do. So Hagan was about 8 feet off the bag and was in no man's land, and he's erased as a second out. It'll go as a pickoff.
Yeah, and as it was interesting, as he started going, I think he's looking over at Redondo at third saying, okay, take off, I'm going to stay in a pickle. And Redondo kind of looked at him and went, you're on your own.
And this one inside corner for a strike on Jordan Wilson. Boy, beautiful location. No way you could extend your hands on that pitch. Perez ready, and that one popped up in the infield, and here is a circus act again. Boy, you need that butterfly net, and nice job by the first baseman. Nice play again. Boy, Hunter Bagshaw has made some nice plays down there today at first. He's dug 3 or 4 out and made a nice defensive play. And so now we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Our score remains at 12-3. And if Coso can push a run across, that would, I think, end it.
Brewers are on top of the Cubs, 4-2 in the top of the 7th. Nationals over the Mets, 3-0, top of 3rd. It's the Astros over the Angels, 3-2 in the bottom of the 3rd.
All right, bottom of the 6th we go. Bagshaw, a 3-run homer in the first inning over the left center field wall, and it was a It was a shot. This one in the dirt, ball 1-1-0. Bradshaw on the short season, hitting .429. He had 6 hits coming into play, 1 for 3 in this game. Patrick Berry peers in, gets his sign. And here it is. That one right down the pipe.
A little off speed. Nice pitch.
1-1 to Hunter.
I would still argue that Santa Maria out and left is playing way too deep, even with Hunter Bagshaw at the plate.
We'll have to see. You're probably right. I mean, if he gets up in the air, and that one is a shot, and that'll be likely for extra bases. Let's see. Bagshaw rounds, big turn, and then puts the brakes on and says, no, I'll stay at first. We'll make it a single.
Yeah, that was a hard line drive, but you saw the wind just beat that thing right into the ground.
Number 34, Danny Jimenez.
And here comes Jimenez. Danny on the day is 1 for 3. Single, 2 ground outs to short. 5 hits on the season now. And the pitch. Boy, good slider for a strike, in the count 0-1.
Hunter Bagshaw has taken a pretty healthy lead there at first, especially for he's a big guy.
And the pitch. A little bit upstairs ball. One ball, 1 strike, 1 man on, 6 inning, 12-3. Saracosa over Antelope Valley. AVC much better today than the 32-6 5-inning game the other day in Lancaster. And the pitch. This one is popped up, and that's an adventure. Right field. A trio of Marauders, and the right fielder, Brockbank, makes the catch. Nice job to concentrate on that flying disc.
Huh.
Oh, that's not an easy play up there. I mean, that thing sits up there forever.
It's an absolute adventure on this win. That ball started out favoring right center, more to center field, and Brockbank ends up catching that in dead right field after coming in.
So nice job of the trio to communicate out there. And here is Anthony Davis, and AD takes strike 1. Anthony on the day, 2 for 3, a couple singles, scored a run, also struck out. Anthony, .316 hitter in the short season. Well, look at left center. You could drive a couple of trucks that way and park them both. This one outside. And so Patrick Berry's done a pretty good job, giving up a couple big hits, but at least has challenged people.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been pitching pretty efficiently. I mean, we're in his 4th inning of work, and he's thrown 38 pitches. Another one right up the guts there for Anthony Davis.
Yeah, he's done that 3 times today, and moving up to second base is Bagshaw.
He is wearing that part of the field out.
So Anthony collects his 3rd hit, and as Lee said, all 3 hits really been in the same spot, just kind of up the middle there. Manny Gutierrez steps in. Manny on the day 0 for 2 with a walk. And he bats from the right side. Gutierrez out of that San Juan, Arizona area, as mentioned, below Yuma. And takes strike 1 on the corner, and the count 0-1. Patrick Berry working pretty quickly. 1 out, 2 on, 12-3 Saracosa. And the pitch. And this one swung on. That might have got his foot too. But
Yeah, sounded like it.
Gutierrez waits. Right-handed batter. AV in double play depth. Boy, nice off speed, and that missed somewhere.
Yeah, just missed wide. That was
Patrick Berry in disbelief out there. That was a pretty good pitch.
I think Colin Hagen in center field was ringing him up there.
Look back at second. Here it is, and that's going to hit him
no.
smack in the tail on that one. And
Yep.
Gutierrez runs to first. So now the bases are loaded. And if that 10-run rule is in effect, this would, if we score, would be it for game one. But we'll see. Here's Alanis. Alanis struck out, walked, and grounded out to short, so he's 0 for 2.
Yeah, the last pitch just looked like it got away from Patrick Berry. It slipped out of his hand. And
Base is full of Coyotes, and this one popped up. And let's see, this will be interesting. The second baseman goes out, it's a foul ball. But Arive Camacho went out, the second baseman. He probably had the best chance to catch it. But what would ordinarily have probably been just a routine fly out to right field, as Brockbank came in thinking,
Well, and I think it's probably the best thing for Antelope Valley that Camacho didn't catch it, because the direction he was running away from home plate, and Bagshaw was going to tag and score the winning run.
Pitch on the way, check swing, did he go? They appeal, and they say yes, he did. So that's strike 2 on Jackson.
So in hindsight there, good decision by Camacho. I don't know if he intentionally let it hit the ground, but worked out probably the best for him.
And he's ready. This one in the dirt. Nice stop down there by McKinley O'Connor. Boy, he's been down in that Ridgecrest real estate quite a bit today.
Yeah, he's earning his meal money, that's for sure.
2-2 the count. Barry says yes. Set at the belt. He deals. And this one popped up.
That'll do it.
Center field.
He doesn't even know where it's at.
Yep.
Hagen was running the wrong way.
And that one lost in the twilight. We'll just call it 2-run score, and let's see if that would be it with the 10-run rule. And
looks like
that is it. So this game, first game, is over with the 2 runs. That makes it a 14-3 final. So Saracosa will win game number 1. Game number 2, probably about 20-25 minutes later. That'll be a scheduled 9, and again, the 10-run rule will be in effect. But Antelope Valley, though, give them credit, they hung on for. They were down 9 a couple innings ago and held on for a while.
Yeah, not a bad showing for Antelope Valley.
They're just a few, they're a few pieces short of where they probably would need to be, and now Coach Scott's going to talk down to Coach Livermont and figure out how much time we're going to have between games, and then we'll go for a second game here. And we're going to call it about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think 20 to 30 minutes is what they're planning. So
yes. So let's alert the station that we will be back to you in about 20 minutes for game number 2. So we'll send it back. The first game is over. Final score, it is Saracosa 14 and Antelope Valley 3. For Lee Johnson, I'm Tom Heck. So long from the dog yard. We'll talk to you in about 20 minutes for those that have other plans this afternoon. Our next broadcast will be this coming Tuesday at 2 o'clock against Taft. Right here, that'll be on 1240 a.m. along with Saracosa streaming. For Lee, we'll talk to you in about
Batting first, center fielder number 22, Colin Hagan. Batting second, shortstop number 7, Jordan Wilson. Batting third and catching number 29, Nathan Scott. Batting fourth, the designated hitter number 5, McKinley O'Connor. Batting fifth, second baseman number 13, Jonathan Lucio. Batting sixth, left fielder number 2, Nathan Brockbank.
And pleasant good afternoon again from Saracoso. Welcome to Saracoso Baseball, and we're also streaming live. I'm Tom Heck, and joining me this afternoon again is Lee Johnson, whose son Jeremy played here and also is coaching at first base. And our engineer-producer at the studio is Vinny Hernandez, and he'll be with us again for Game 2. Does a great job back there. And then Omar, the architect of the technical world, also with us this afternoon, and we welcome you. Well, this is kind of the COVID-19 shortened season version for the teams that opted in to play. There are no playoffs, and really there are no leagues, and Saracoso able to schedule a good number of games that they don't count as eligibility against any of the student athletes, and so it's really a free year to try things out. Saracoso played here Thursday afternoon, had some hiccups against San Jacinto, losing that game. They demolished Antelope Valley on Tuesday in a doubleheader down south, and then they won Game 1 this afternoon against AVC by a score of 14-3. The Marauders played very well today. They played Saracoso very tough in game number 1. The 10-run rule was invoked in game number 1. It's the rule was 10 after 5 in a 7-inning game, and there will be a 10-run rule for Game 2. This game is scheduled for 9, so anything after 7 that would be more than 10 runs would be a victory for that team. Well, Lee, we have a few new folks in the lineup here at Game number 2. We will see also Brooke Scott, Addis Guzman, and John Cabrera, Tito Hernandez, and Ryan Brennan. So 5 new faces in the lineup. Ridgecrest. All right, let's see what Colin Hagan can do. Hagan in the first game went 1 for 3, checked in with a .545 batting average, and again, just a sample, as Lee says. This one hit wide of third. Davis knocks it down, but that's about all he's going to be able to do, and that'll be an infield base hit for Colin Hagan. And now we'll see Jordan Wilson come up. Wilson was 0 for 3 in that first game, and Jordan checks in with a .373 average.
Colin Hagan being aggressive there, first pitch swinging, and nice little line drive that Anthony Davis lays out before it gets his glove on it, but a legitimate infield single.
Pitch on the way. This one's a strike at the knees, and the count 0-1. Good velocity on that one. Aiden, pretty big guy, 6'4", about 230 pounds. Outfield straight away, and the wind is again blowing towards right field. Pickoff move at first, very close. And AVC, pretty much the same lineup. They don't, in all honesty, have a lot of big offensive weapons. They do have a couple guys that are good contact hitters, and defensively they were a pretty, sound team.
Yeah, they were sound the first game, Tom, and just pitching was better than it was on Tuesday. So all in all, I think Coach John Linmore's got to be happy.
All right, Ostash peers in, gets his sign, and the runner gets a pretty big lead. A good throw down by Scott, but not in time to get him. Boy, a beautiful throw by Scott.
Yeah, that was right on the money. Hayden got a good jump, good throw, and went the way of the base runner in that case.
Colin just really stole that one. I mean, that was a tremendous throw by Brooks. All right, now Ostash steps off the mound. Off the rubber, I should say. He peers in, gets his sign from Brooks Scott. Brooks graduated high school back in New Jersey. And the pitch. This one is swung on and missed. Challenged him with a fastball and strikes him out. Nice velocity on that. Good movement. So one down. And here is Nathan Scott, the catcher. Scott in the first game with one hit, had an RBI, and checked in with a high average of .545.
Yeah, chance to do some damage here for Nathan Scott, guy in scoring position.
Ostash peers in, set at the belt. He delivers. This one just misses to the outside. Slider on that one. Good movement from left to right.
Yeah, that was a nice pitch. Almost looked like home plate umpire was going to ring him on that one. And then when the ball got away from Brooks Scott, he put his hands back in his pockets.
Brennan, Hernandez, Cabrera, your outfield from left to right, all pretty much straight away. And the pitch. Boy, good movement, but low. Pretty close.
Yeah, Aiden has got a real nice breaking ball. The challenge is he's got to throw it for a strike in order for it to be effective.
Davis guards the line at third. Aiden looks in, says yes, here it is. This one low, nice stop by Brooks Scott. And the count now goes to 3-0. So let's see if Scott is green lighted here. Slightly open stance for Nathan Scott. Lancaster High School graduate. A look back at second. This one, letter high fastball for a strike in the count, 3-1.
Coyote defense not really paying a whole lot of attention to Colin Hagan on second. He could get a running start.
All right, 3-1 count. Ostash peers in. Quick look at second. He deals, and this one is swung on and missed. Slider on that time. Good movement. And the count goes full at 3-2. So trying to come from behind after being down in the count 3-0 is Aiden Ostash.
Yeah, Aiden, he starts that breaking ball off on the plate and it just runs away, and that's a nice pitch.
Look back at second. Here it is. This one is a little pop fly behind second base.
Trouble.
McHenry, and it's going to land in no man's land. A trio of dogs out there, and it lands in between them. And again, anything hit to right center or right field is going to be an adventure, no matter how you slice it, as we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, that wind caught that one, Tom, and you could tell McHenry kind of got a little bit behind the power curve, and by the time he realized what the wind was doing to that ball, it was too late.
Here's McKinley O'Connor, one hit in the first game. He's from Lincoln County High School in Nevada, 6'1", 190. Ostash peers in, gets his sign, and here it is. This one is hit hard to right center, and that one's going to score Hagan easily, and everybody will move up 90 feet. And again, the wind just kind of knocked it down a little bit as it went towards center field. So that'll be a base hit single for O'Connor. And now that'll bring up John Lucio, who did not play in the first game. Check some numbers on Lucio if we have any. 375 hitter. Again, sample just a few games. 6 for 16 is John Lucio. So Ostash in a bit of a jam here in the first inning. They're not holding the runner on at first. That is O'Connor. Here's the pitch. This one outside, backhanded by Brooks Scott.
Yeah, Aiden's doing a good job. He's throwing strikes. I mean, he's just been kind of the victim of a couple C&I wind-aided base hits.
Right, Lucio from Kennedy High School in Granada Hills. Right-handed batter. Ostash ready, deals. This one is hit foul, third base way into the Coyote dugout. And we'll reset now with a count at 1-1 First inning, 1-0 Antelope Valley. Saracosa won the first game by a score of 14-3. This is their fourth game that these two teams have played. Coso won 32-6. First game on Tuesday down in Lancaster. This one in the dirt. Count now 2-1. They won that second game, I believe it was 24-4, and won the first game here 14-3.
Yeah, it might skew the runs per game average if you keep doing that.
All right, Lucio waits. Ostash a look at second. He deals, and this one fouled away right side, and the count at 2-2 now.
A lot of football teams like to have those sorts of scores, Tom.
Oh, indeed. Yep. Ostash now ready to go again. Doesn't waste a lot of time. Gets right back on the rubber. Long look in for the right-hander. Quick look back at second. Here it is.
Nice
and a
pitch.
Foul tip for strike three. Good movement on it. And that is his second strikeout here in the first inning. And with two men on, here's Nathan Brockbank, the left fielder. Brockbank back in the first game had one hit in 3 attempts. His second hit of the year, he was hitting 111 coming in. Again, just not a lot of power in the Marauder lineup. Ostash a look back at second, and that one's high, ball one. 1-0 the count. Brockbank from local kid from Lancaster High School. Ostash once again. Here it is. Fastball misses just inside. Boy, not by much.
That was a nice pitch by Aiden.
Yeah. Count 2-0. Good idea. And Brennan, Hernandez, Cabrera left to right in the outfield. Shade towards right, with the exception is, and a swing and a miss. Big cut. Ryan Brennan knows a lot about the wind as he is guarding that line down in left field.
And if you look over, yeah, and he's shallow too. He
Yeah,
figured it out.
All right, Nathan Brockbank waits. Ostash trying to get one more strike here, and this one popped up. Center field, back goes Hernandez. Tito knows the yard, makes the catch, and the inning is over. So Antelope Valley does come up with 1 run on 3 hits. They strand a couple. And the Marauders, as we go to the bottom of the first inning, lead it 1-0. It'll be John McHenry, Ryan Brennan, and Matt Payne. And maybe with a again looking for their first win of the year as we say hi to some folks. First game, Saracoso 14 runs, 14 hits, 3 errors, and Antelope Valley 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors. They left 8 on base, Saracoso 5 on base. McHenry ready to go, the switch hitter.
Mercado, a lefty.
Yeah, Mercado, as I mentioned, a high ERA. It's and this one fouled at the plate. In Antelope Valley, just not a lot of. They're going to have to get a couple more pitchers and some guys that can drive in runs, I think, for them to be competitive in that Western State Conference next year. Good baseball conference.
Yeah, who's in that conference now? Is that like L.A. Harbor and some of those guys?
You got, and this one fouled away. You've got Moore Park in there. That's very, very good.
They're
also
respectable, yeah.
You have Citrus in there also. That is a very strong baseball program. Mount Sac also is a good good baseball power.
Yeah, Mount Sac, they always seem to be pretty solid.
And this one's one of those balls in the air, the circus act, and
nice
and falling down, making
and he sticks
the catch.
The landing.
Falling down, making the catch is Omar Santa Maria, and as mentioned, everything over there is going to be quite an adventure.
Yeah, he was. Omar was backpedaling for all he was worth, made the catch, and then he did a little somersault and stuck it. I'm going to give him a 9.5 on that one.
And here is Ryan Brennan. Brennan hitting 200, 1 hit on the season, 1 for 5. Mercado ready. He deals. This one's a little bit high. Fastball, ball 1, 1-0.
Brennan hitting from the left side, so we got a little lefty on lefty here.
Matt Payne would follow. Mercado working pretty quickly. And a swing and a miss. Good cut by Brennan. Wasn't cheated on that one whatsoever. Brennan is 5'11", 170 out of Spanish Springs High School, Sparks, Nevada, which is in that Reno area. And the pitch on the way. This one is a strike at the knees. Boy, that's almost unhittable there. Good location by Mercado.
Yeah, it looked like he threw a nice two-seam fastball there. That thing just ran back in to Brennan.
Right, long look by Mercado. Gets his sign from Nathan Scott, and this one is hit to left field, and that's gonna die. I mean, that would have been just a hit to left field, and it barely goes over the shortstop Wilson's head. The wind just cut that one in 3 pieces. But it goes the same in the box score. No one will know the difference.
Yeah, that thing made it about 2 feet into the grass beyond the dirt cutout here on the infield, and that came off the bat okay.
And here's Matt Payne, a .412 hitter, 7-17 on the year, 9 RBIs. If I'm Nathan Brockbank, the left fielder, I have no idea where to stand right now. I mean,
I would not stand where he's standing because he's not going to get anything.
That's just what I was going to say.
He needs to move up about 40 feet.
And this one's a fastball outside. And what they really need to do, they need to watch where Saracoso places their outfield, because these guys are here every day. They're used to the wind, and they pretty much know locations on where to place themselves. This one is low. Nice stop by Nathan Scott. And the count at 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. I mean, you're just not doing your job if you're not learning from the home team. They ought to be watching those guys like hawks and going, okay, if you're standing there, you must have a reason why.
That is, if the wind is consistent. That's where it gets to be really puzzling for visiting teams. A look over at first, and now deals the plate in the dirt. Scott digs it out, and there won't be any throw. The umpire issues no interference on the play. So a runner in scoring position, Ryan Brennan, who got on that flare. Well, I would call it a wind flare.
Yeah.
You don't see that every day. Mercado, second appearance of the season. And here's the pitch. Fastball outside, backhanded by Nathan Scott, and that's ball 4. So 2 runners on, and here's Anthony Davis, who had 3 hits in that first game. 3 of them, all 3 were right into center field. Just soft line drives, just great placement.
Yeah, right up the middle, Tom, and again, it's surprising to me that Antelope Valley isn't making a little bit of adjustment. Lucio at second's cheating over a bit, but that's probably more just to hold on Brennan.
Davis with a .316 average takes strike 1 on the outside part of the plate, and the count 0-1. And Bo Brooks would follow.
And maybe Antelope Valley is going to try to work Anthony Davis on the outer half, and so it makes sense for Jordan Wilson to be shaded towards, third base, but I don't know.
Mercado gets his sign, checks a runner at second. Now deals, and that's a strike at the knees, and Anthony shakes his head. So Anthony Davis, boy, he just good contact hitter. He can put the ball anywhere. Guy that seldom strikes out. He's done very well with the glove at third also. They're not holding Brennan at first. Here's the pitch. This one is hit down to first. Nice play. They step on first. The tag is made at second, and that's a double play. So a very nice play by San Maria. He tags the bag, throws down to Wilson, who has to make the tag on the approaching Matt Payne. And that is the end of the first inning on a very good play by AVC. 1 in the books from Saracoso. Our score, Antelope Valley 1, Saracoso nothing. Back after this 1-minute timeout right here on 1240 AM. Forecast for Antelope Valley, it'll be the number 7, 8, 9 hitter, Omar Santa Maria, Arive Camacho, and Ryan Redondo. In the order of John Livermont in year number 8 at Antelope Valley. Slider ball 1, Aiden Ostash on the mound, second inning of work. I believe it's his first start of the season. Came in with 2 2/3 innings under his belt. Boy, nice breaking. That had good movement on it, Lee.
Absolutely. He does have a really nice breaking ball. Again, the key as for any pitcher, can you throw that consistently for strikes? And when you can, it gets really effective.
San Maria, little nudger, barehanded by Aiden, throws and gets him. Nice play. Very nice play by Ostash. The big guy got off the mound pretty quickly, and then his only option was to barehand it. I don't think he had time to use a glove and pick it up.
Yeah, it's the best strike he's thrown all day.
Oh, it was a bullet.
Over to Guzman at first base.
All right, here's Camacho. He drew the collar 0 for 3 the first game. And this one hit in the hole. Backhanded by Payne. Throws and can't get him, but a great effort. Payne was all about 3 feet out on the grass when he threw that one.
Yeah, that was a classic Derek Jeter jump throw, and probably that 25-mile-an-hour wind helped a little bit, but nonetheless, that was a heck of a play by Matthew Payne.
Here's Ryan Redondo, the number 9 hitter. Redondo was 1 for 2 and also got on by an error in the first game. In fact, it was the first time all season that Redondo got to swing the bat, stat-wise. All right, Ostash. Runner goes, a little number back to Ostash, and he'll go right to first. And the runner was on the way on the pitch. So going to second is Camacho. Redondo out 1-3. And here comes a leadoff man, Colin Hagan. Hagan a single back in the first inning. Little flare to right field that landed between 3 Coyotes.
So Aiden Ostash is helping himself here. A couple of assists for the 2 outs so far this inning.
Yep, fielding his position well.
Absolutely. And he had no chance at Camacho at second.
Yeah, had Camacho not taken up, that might have been a double play.
Yeah, absolutely.
If he would have gone to second. All right, Hagan waits and takes ball 1 on the fastball. Tito Hernandez fairly deep in center. John Cabrera out and right. Again, that's where you just have to take a good guess, depending on the way the wind's blowing, at what time, and how that ball's going to travel. And the left fielder in a worse position right now, Ryan Brennan.
Yeah.
As that wind really starts to blow towards right field. Ostash ready, deals, and this one just about hit him, but he got out of the way of it.
Yeah, that wind up here, just the level of difficulty to figure out what's going on with fly balls just goes out the roof.
Okay, 1-1 pitch coming up by Ostash. Here it is. That one's high, ball 2, 2-1. They throw down to second, and it gets away. And going to third base is Camacho. And that was just maybe not a real good pickoff attempt, but Camacho had ventured off the bag far enough that it drew a throw.
Who are you going to give that one to? Who mishandled the ball out there?
Well, I would have to say that was more probably on the throw.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah.
I really wasn't
Yep.
kind of watching. So.
And this one is high, and that's ball 4. So that's not a bad walk against probably their best hitter on the team. If you're going to walk somebody. And here is Jordan Wilson, who struck out his last time at bat. Wilson drew the collar in the first game, 0 for 3. So we have
runners on first and third.
with 2 outs.
2 outs.
Long look in for Ostash. Gets his sign. Here it is. This one is swung on and missed for a strike. Good movement on it. Well, Ostash the first time, Lee, really fooled Wilson on a couple of pitches. Not even close when he swung.
Yeah, and be interesting to see if Antelope Valley sends Hagan on first, see if they can get 2 guys in a scoring position here.
Right, Ostash will look over at first. And he throws that way, and back is Hagan. And almost handcuffed Guzman down there. Peering in now again is Ostash. Quick look at third. And he deals the plate. This one is swung on and missed. So that is a 5th time. The 5th time that Wilson has swung and with no contact.
Yeah, if I'm calling pitches, Jordan Wilson's getting another slider. Only a little bit further off the plate this time.
Ostash deals, and this one is lifted to left field, and that is with the wind not blowing as hard. Pretty easy catch out there for Brennan. He puts it away, and that'll be that in the second inning. Well, Antelope Valley with another hit. They have 4 in the game. They strand 2 more. They've now stranded 4. And as we go to the bottom of the second inning, we'll see Bo Brooks, Brooks Scott, and Addis Guzman. That would be the action would be, Lee, remember we've put 2 boys through the Saracoso program, and you and I have traveled and done all kinds of things that way. What a dedicated wife I am.
Yeah.
This one's a little bit high for a ball for Bo Brooks. Brooks played in the game on Thursday. No hits in that game. 1 for 10 on the year. Couple RBIs, and this one pops off the glove, and 0-2, or rather 2-0 the count. Now, I guess if you're AVC to compete and have a chance, you're not going to be able to obviously make a lot of mistakes. Near perfect game, but you can't walk a lot of people. I think that's probably their key that they've talked about.
Yeah, if you look at Tuesday's games, the amount of free bases, either via walk or hit by pitch or error, was unreal.
3-0 now, speaking of, with Brooks Scott to follow.
Yeah, I don't have the exact number, but I'll tell you the percent of time that a leadoff guy gets walked and comes around to score is quite high.
4 pitches and a free pass. That is the first walk, though, issued by George Mercado.
Number 22, Brooks Scott.
And here is Brooks Scott.
Still awfully early in the game. I would be surprised if Coso had Brooks Scott bunt. I think I'd just let him swing away here.
Brooks the other day was 1 for 4, had that bouncing infield single. And this one is throwing behind him, of all things, and easily taking second is Brooks. And you just wonder if Antelope Valley has anything out in the pen that they haven't shown, as they have really struggled from the mound. Needless to say, although I really liked the job that Preston Johnson and Patrick Berry wasn't that bad either in that first game. They just didn't have a lot of timing outs that they needed. And that was a strike right down the pipe in the count, 1-1. Brooks taking all the way.
Yeah, I thought a much better pitched and defensively played game in that first game by both squads, to be quite honest with you.
1-1 the count. Oh, great improvement for AVC, absolutely, compared to Tuesday and probably their previous games. And this one is lifted to left center. Now, what's that going to do? And that's going to be caught, tagging, going to second, or to third, and there is Bo Brooks, and that'll be a sac fly for Brooks Scott.
No sacrifices, Tom, unless he scores.
Oh, we can't get a sacrifice from second to third with nobody out?
Nope.
Oh, I don't like that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you gotta. If you read the rule book, it's sacrifice fly when they score a run, not if you go from first to second or second to third. AVC
all right.
pulling the infield in here.
Right, here's Addis Guzman. With the exception of the shortstop, midway is Wilson, and this one fouled at the plate. Guzman, I think this might be his first appearance of the season. I don't have him down for any at-bats in the stat sheet. Now I have Cabrera, but I don't have Guzman.
I'd agree with you, Tom. I think this must be his inaugural look in the 2021 season.
0-1 pitch coming up.
Well, he's out over the plate, too.
And that one right down the pipe for a strike, and he's now behind a couple strikes is Addis Guzman.
Addis put together pretty well. He gets one up in the wind and could go a long way.
He's from Lee Williams High School, which is in Kingman, and that almost hit him, and that's going to the backstop, and that'll be the tying run of the game. Scoring is Bo Brooks. So 1-1 our score. And AVC just, again, if they're going to compete, they're going to have to cut down on a lot of...
Yeah, I can't afford to do that. I mean, the pitch was in the dirt, but Nathan Scott's got to keep that in front of him.
1-2 pitch coming up by Mercado, the big left-hander. And that one is hit hard down the left field line, but foul. So we'll reset and try it again. I'm looking at their pitching roster and statistics, and you keep looking for maybe a guy that has had a ton of strikeouts and other things, and there is one, and this one fouled away. Nice job by Guzman keeping things alive. Wondering if we still have that working, which you don't need our crowd mic today because we've got the good feed from the stream. All right, Guzman waits. Mercado peers in. Here it is. That is strike 3 called on the outside corner, and I don't think Addis quite agreed, but that is the second out of the inning. That was borderline.
Too good of a pitch, though, to watch with 2 strikes.
Right fielder, number 27, John
And
Cabrera.
here is John Cabrera. Cabrera did not play Thursday or in Game 1. 5 hits on the year, though, 5 of 8, according to some stats, a couple RBIs. Again, the stats are more of a sample of everything with limited games. And a good swing off a good pitch. Challenged him with a fastball right smack dab over the plate. 1-1 our score. Second inning. Costa won the first game 14-3. Hagen shades the center fielder towards right, and this one just about hit him. Is inside. 1-1 the count.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Cabrera here, Tom. I mean, we talk about not shooting yourself in the foot to stand a chance, and if AVC is able to retire Cabrera,
and that's outside for ball 2,
then the Coyotes would still have their first run of the game standing at third base, who scored on that wild pitch.
That was Bo Brooks. You're correct. This one is swung on and missed. Boy, good low. It had some sinking action on it. And the count now goes to 2-2. So Mercado, again, as you've mentioned, and I think as John Livermont would probably be telling everyone, consistency is where we need to really work and improve on to be more competitive. 2-2 pitch coming, and a swing and a miss. Got him, and that is the third out of the inning. However, thanks to that wild pitch and a walk, Coso comes up with a run to tie the game. 2 in the books from Ridgecrest. Saracoso AVC tied at 1. This is Saracoso Baseball right here in 1240 AM.
The score in Ladonna Marauders 1 and the Saracosa Coyotes 1.
Scott in the first game with a couple of hits, and that one outside. 2-0, tried to pick that corner slider. AVC with 4 hits in this game. which I think is one more than they had in the first one. And this one is hit hard to center, base hit, and that will be the hardest, at least, hit off the bat. Velocity, as they talk about on the MLB, off the bat. Never heard those words years ago, but
oh yeah, things are changing, Tom.
Well, you know what else is changing? If you went back 25, 30 years, pitch counts. You know, nobody ever talked about pitch counts back then. Okay, O'Connor with a base hit earlier. This one fouled away. Well, you think it's foul. And this one almost came back. This ball would have been clearly foul, but the wind almost brought that back in. So, again, if you're Ryan Brennan in left field, you know, and again, he knows left field because he practices here. But if I'm the left fielder for Antelope Valley, Nathan Brockbank, I'd be watching him like a hawk right now, like you mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, 0-1 the count. Gets his sign is Ostash, and this one's high fastball, ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1-1, third inning, 14-3 in the first game. Saracoso, and I think Coach Scott again giving guys opportunities here with no playoffs or nothing really terribly at stake, and this one fouled away. Now 1-2. Ostash done a good job getting ahead of hitters here. Aiden peers in. Quick look over at first, and that one's a little bit high. Ball 2. 2-2 the count. Scoreboard not functioning, the big scoreboard. We have the small one.
And that's not functioning either.
That's right.
Must be a safety hazard to have guys out there hanging numbers in this wind.
This ball,
it's going to come back. Look at that thing.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's going to land, and both guys kind of with a smile on their face.
It's like trying to catch a knuckleball that's been shot 80 feet into the air.
Davis and Brooks Scott. Davis, the third baseman, Brooks Scott, the catcher, you know, both trying to figure out where this thing's going to land. So McKinley O'Connor waits. Wind helped the Coyotes a little bit in that first game on a couple of key plays, I think, and Doer's home runs would have probably been home runs regardless, and that one may get some wind help also, and that one is gone. That is going to be a 2-run homer for O'Connor, and I think that's the second team home run for AVC this season. Now that ball would have been trouble. I don't know without the wind if it would have gone that far, but it was hit pretty hard.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. He hit that well, you know, but you kind of look at John Cabrera out in right field. He turned, took about a step, and then realized that thing wasn't coming back.
All right, John Lucio steps in. Lucio 0 for 1 struck out. In the first inning, Lucio did not play in game number 1. 6-16 on the season. And this one fouled. And it's giving chase, and Guzman's going to run out of real estate as he goes down that right field line. And
darn bullpen got in the way.
Yeah, they added that fencing around the bullpen.
Yeah, that's really a nice setup they got going up here, I think. They made a lot of improvements to this field and the whole facility.
Ostash ready, deals. Boy, nice pitch. Good velocity, good placement. And the count now 0-2. Brennan, Hernandez, and Cabrera left to right in the outfield. Davis, Payne, McHenry, Guzman, third to first in the infield. This one is out. Oh, is he going to? Yes, he is. That caught the outside part of the plate on a big slider. How do you hit that?
You don't, Tom. That's why Jonathan Lucio is walking back to the dugout shaking his head. He's like, I can't do anything with that.
Yeah, that's unhittable.
That was a real nice pitch by Aiden Ostash.
All right, Brockbank waits. Nathan, first name, ball 1. 1-0. Nathan 0 for 1. Flew out to center fielder Tito Hernandez back in the first inning. And Santa Maria would follow. And this one's outside. Took a little bit off. Did Aiden Ostash. Ostash ready to go again. And this one swung on and missed. Boy, challenged him letter high fastball. So good movement on it, man.
Yeah, Nathan Brockbank just swung right underneath that pitch.
Here it is again, not wasting a lot of time, and that's ball 2.
Threw him that backdoor slider that was trying to cut in on that back heel and almost caught Brockbank.
2-1 the count. Josh not wasting any time. He deals, and this one is hit foul down the protecting type swing down the third base way.
So Aiden Ostash there, 3-1 count, and he throws his slider for a strike. So that just goes to show you how much confidence he has that he can throw that slider for a strike when he needs to.
Absolutely. All right, big pitch, and this one swung on and missed, and that is the second out of the inning, and that is strikeout number 4 for Aiden Ostash.
That, Tom, it's a good thing you know it's only the second out because the entire Coyotes team thinks it's a third. That's the second out.
Yeah, and this is a point where you go, hey, guys, in California, we play 3 outs.
Yeah, typically 3 outs are required for you to go and bat. And Antelope Valley's not going to be generous and say, okay, we'll just do 2 this inning.
Oh, Santa Maria.
Omar Santa Maria is like, hey, wait a second.
Yeah, with a chuckle on his face. All right, Ostash says, hey, no problem. Give me the ball. And one more swing, and this one hit foul. Guzman giving chase, and the big guy is going to watch this one go out into the forest, so to say. They've done a good job, the field maintenance people here, as clearing a lot of things up. Years ago, there'd be a lot more shrubbery out there, and well, you'd have to go out after those foul balls at night, and once in a while, somebody didn't come back, probably.
Yeah.
All right. 1 ball, 1 strike, Aiden ready to go. And here it is. Boy, nice movement on it. That thing was just, and you got a feel for Santa Maria. That ball looked like it was coming at his knee and then just took off and went from left to right. That's that sliding action.
Yeah, nice late movement on that pitch.
And the pitch. This one hit foul, third base way, and that time Santa Maria thought, okay, well, I'm going to get out in front of this one then.
Well, and if the AVC batters are paying attention here, they're starting to figure out that Aiden Ostash throws that slider about 90% of the time. So I'm going to start looking for that thing if I'm them.
And this one foul back, so Santa Maria stays alive. 0 for 1 in this game, and Santa Maria drew the collar, was 0 for 3 in the first game. Just not a lot of power in the lineup for AVC. Although competitive today. And that one high. That's going to end up being, I believe, ball 1. 1-2 the count. Ostash peers in. Says yes to Brooks Scott. That one just missed. A little bit low. 2-2 the count.
Nice pitch.
And, it's a good, with a 1-2 count, it's a great pitch because really, I mean, it's close enough to be a strike, close enough to swing at, but one you're not going to be able to get around on. That's ball 3. That one maybe just slipped out of his hand a little, and the count full.
I mean, the batter's kind of got to roll the dice and go, well, should I swing? Should I not? And Santa Maria made the right decision that last time.
All right. Aiden says yes to the sign. Here it is. And this one is hit right smack dab at Davis, and his throw across, and the inning is over. So, some damage done, though. 2 hits in the inning, the big one by McKinley O'Connor, 2-run homer. And as we go to the bottom of the third inning, the Marauders have their first lead, I believe, of this. Well, they led in the first game a little for an inning. Lead at 3-1. So it'll be Tito Hernandez in the top of the order, and John McHenry and Ryan Brennan. That's the 9. Baseball on KLOA Ridgecrest, your CBS Sports Radio for the Indian Wells Valley. Tito Hernandez leads off, 211 average, little under par for Tito. He's a guy that, when he gets going, can definitely do some damage. He can spray the ball, doesn't strike out very much. 4 of 19, though, on the year, and he first pitch swinging, fouls it back, and the count 0-1 against George Mercado.
Tito's got some good wheels, so, the Antelope Valley infield's got to be aware that this guy can run. They can't sit there and pat their glove with the ball a whole lot. They got to get rid of it.
Mercado peers in, gets his sign from Nathan Scott. The lefty deals, and that's outside. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 3-1 Antelope Valley. You just tuned in. Nathan Brockbank, Colin Hagan, and Ariv Camacho, left to right in the outfield. They're the ones that have done a pretty good job so far in this win. This one just does miss. I'm not sure where, but it missed a little bit outside, evidently. Tito from the Las Vegas area. Great young man. Actually had him in class last year. Here's the pitch on the way. This one swung on and missed, and the count now 2-2. McHenry would follow, and then Ryan Brennan. Mercado taking a little more time than Oshdash does, and this one's in the dirt. So now we go to 3-2, another full count. Well, I'll tell you what, Lee, you and I saw a lot of full count action in that first game, didn't we, early on?
Yeah, a lot of 3-ball count.
And that one swung on and missed. Good cut by Tito, and that is the first out of the inning, and that is strikeout number 3 for George Mercado.
And all 3 in a row. Last 3 batters he's faced.
And here's John McHenry, the switch hitter. 0 for 1 today. Hit that ball beyond first base in foul territory that Santa Maria made a nice catch and then tumbled over. And takes a strike on the corner. And that one, I think John
might dispute that.
Yep. I think that. Mercado ready again. McHenry with 5 hits on the season. Big breaker, and that stays high and outside. A ball and a strike. McHenry from the Reno, Nevada area. 263 hitter coming into play with 5 RBIs according to stats. Mercado says yes to the signal, and that one outside. So
everything's been away so far to Johnny McHenry.
And really in the first game also, early on, Preston Johnson, a lot of close pitches outside. And that one bounces up, and it's 3-1 now. With Brennan to follow, 3-1 Antelope Valley. It's their first lead after 2 innings of the 4 games. And Mercado taking his time. 3-1 pitch. That's ball 4, missed outside. So McHenry's patience puts him at first base. And Ryan Brennan.
Number 25, Ryan Brennan.
Ryan, the young man who hit that laser beam that barely made the grass there in left field.
Yeah, the strangest hit. Batting from the left side, 200 hitter. Got his second hit of the limited season games. And they're going to throw over to first, Mercado. And the wind really starting to pick up again, but it's been kind of, it'll die down a while, then it'll start to gust, and so it makes it really tough, especially if you're an opposing outfielder. It's, where do I stand next?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you'd almost wish it would just be constant one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. Fastball's outside, so Brennan, good patience. McHenry, good speed down at first, and he's looking to get a stolen base perhaps. Mercado looks right at him. Now comes home, and this one in the dirt. Nice stop. And a good throw down to second, and safe, though. Don't know if he held onto the ball. A nice slide by McHenry. But a great play by Scott, who actually caught a horrible pitch and then made a pretty good throw down to second. And that was, if he held on, it was bang, bang. I couldn't tell if he actually held on or not.
Yeah, it was close, Tom. I couldn't really tell either.
So with one out, 2-1 count to Brennan. Mercado, a quick look back. And that's a strike on the corner. And the count will 2-1 now.
So right away, the Coyotes take advantage of that walk, and McHenry moves into scoring position.
As you say, walks can really do a lot of damage. There is a little off-speed pitch that Brennan ahead of and swings and misses, and now the count at 2-2.
Yeah, when you're struggling, it's like you just can't afford to give guys free bases. I mean, it's hard enough when you don't give them free bases.
Yeah, many of good managers have stated the same thing, word for word. Word for word. All right, Mercado will look back at second. He deals, and this one is hit down to short. Nice play by Wilson. Throws and gets him. Oh, my. Jordan Wilson was breaking, back towards second to try to play a little cat and mouse with the runner McHenry, and this one was hit to his left, and he made a nice recovery, got over there, great footwork, and made a nice throw. And here is Matt Payne, who singled his first time up. Payne with very good power, .412 hitter.
Yeah, and Omar Santamaria at first, he made a nice finish on that play. He took that ball out of the dirt and completed a real nice 6-3 putout.
Again, Mercado ready,
there he goes.
And that's going to be a stolen base. I don't care how good the throw is, and all you're going to do is throw it away, and that'll be a gift run for the Coyotes as McHenry will come in. And those are the things that, when a team's got to play a perfect game to compete, just absolutely kill you. And really, and I think if Nathan Scott, once he looks at video, maybe he'll realize it probably wasn't a good idea to throw down there.
Yeah, you probably got to eat that one for sure, and so there you go. Your walk, stolen base, second stolen base, and then scores on a throwing error.
And a swing and a miss on a good cut by Mac Payne. So I guess that would be the definition of manufacturing a run right there.
Well, absolutely. And so far for the Coyotes, both of their runs, the first run scores on a wild pitch, and the second one scores on a throwing error.
All right, Matt Payne, who 1-for-1 waits this one low and even up our count, make it 2-1, I'm sorry. Yeah, I missed my scoreboard out there. Luckily, Lee is doing great hand signs, though, with his, but he's got that $900 board in front of him that instead of taking that trip to Laughlin with the wife, he got the board. Here's the pitch. This one is hit hard to second base on a hop as Lucio throws, gets him, and that'll be that here in the third inning. However, John McHenry manufactures a run as he steals a couple bases, draws an inherent wild throw, and after 3, our score, Antelope Valley 3 and the Coyotes 2. Now this 1-minute timeout. This is Saracoso Baseball right here on KLOA. believe it's Puerto Rico, and I'll check that. Maybe you could Google that with your
all my gadgets, huh? That would, yeah. I'll ask Google Earth where the heck that thing is.
His second appearance, just one inning, a couple strikeouts. Ariv Camacho, who singled his last time up, takes a slider for a strike in the count 0-1. Redondo would follow. Camacho, the number 8 hitter in the lineup. And this one popped up, and the winds died down a little bit. A trio of Coyotes, and Guzman makes a nice play, or does McHenry come up with it?
McHenry comes up with it.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Boy, McHenry and Guzman were out there dancing, and somehow McHenry able to maybe wrestle the ball away. Good job by McHenry. Oh, my. Well, anything's an adventure, even when the wind's dying down a little bit. Redondo 0 for 1. He hits this one in the hole wide of second, and that'll be a base hit. So Redondo kind of put it where nobody was.
So I'm thinking Trujillo Alto is in Puerto Rico, Tom. You were right.
That's what I thought. But, yeah, such a good pool of talent from there. All right, Colin Hagan will step in, the top of the order. Been on base twice, a single and a walk. Rosado ready. Throw to first, and a pretty good move. And just back is Redondo, but he'll remember that throw.
Yeah, he was spinning his wheels kind of like Wile E. Coyote.
Fourth inning, 3-2 Antelope Valley. Rosado peers in. Now another throw to first and back again.
Never thrice, Tom. Never thrice.
Yeah, Rosado's second appearance. And that one upstairs.
Showing bunt.
Yeah, with a small ball here with one out.
I got a 1-run lead. Makes sense.
And as you mentioned, both of those runs really the hard way.
Right, yeah.
Zato ready. Look over to first. Pretty good moves so far, I think. And he does it again, and this one, ball gets away a little bit from Guzman, but not far enough. But again, a pretty quick move to first.
Yeah, quick feet. Does that box pick.
Colin Hagan, 545 average. One hit in the first game and a swing and a miss. Good cut, strike 2. Brennan straight away. So is Tito Hernandez and Cabrera. Left to right, the outfield for Saracoso. Wind starts to kick up again. Rosario ready. A look at the runner. Deals at a good pitch, and that is, at least I thought it was strike 3, only strike 2. I thought there was a foul ball at first, but evidently, no, there was not. So we'll see what happens here. Hagan from Lancaster High School. Rosario taking his time, a look over there, and he goes again to first base.
He must be trying to lull Ryan Redondo to sleep.
Yeah, it's 4th time he's throwing over there.
Yeah, and Redondo, he's a solid guy.
And a swing and a miss on a good inside fastball. A little movement on it also. And that is the second out of the inning. And that is the 5th strikeout by Saracoso, pitching the first for Rosado. And stepping in is Jordan Wilson. 0 for 2 today. Popped out to center or left field his last time up. This one in the dirt. Nice stop by Brooks Scott. Brooks Scott had a couple of good stops in that game Thursday. Rosado peers in. And here it is. This one right at the knees, and shaking his head no was Jordan Wilson. Wilson had 5 cuts with no contact against Ostash until he hit the one to left. This one lifted in the air, going back, and the wind's going to get it, and believe it or not, that thing is gone. So Jordan Wilson is hit a 2-run, wind-aided home run right over the 402 sign in center field. Hernandez went back thinking he had room and then kept going back and just ran out of real estate. And that's a 2-run blast.
Yeah, and you can just see as we watch the flight of the ball here, what the wind is doing to that thing. Started out to left center, and you saw Hernandez break to his right, and all of a sudden he's like, uh-oh, and he almost did a U-turn as that thing blew back over to his left.
And the pitch is low, ball 1-0 to Nathan Scott with 2 outs here in the 4th inning. Nathan Scott, 2 hits in this game, 1 in the first, and takes a strike at the belt. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Yeah, Scott might be the most consistent hitter. Hit the ball hard a couple of times in game 1. And this one hit wide of short, gobbled up, eats up Matt Payne, and the throw won't make it. And it goes down the line, of all things, and going to second is Nathan Scott, and he'll get there standing. So that'll likely be at least an error somewhere.
Yeah, that is definitely an error. So we could, I think I'm going to give him a throwing error, Tom. I'll have to decide between. I could have given him a fielding error and a throwing error.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. Again, that could be an error along the line. When I say along the line somewhere, probably the throwing error, maybe the base hit, because I don't know. Well, he bobbled a little bit at first, but the ball ate him up. But all told, I think you're going to have to give him.
Yeah, I think he would have had Nathan Scott at first had he, not thrown it.
Yep.
Away.
So we'll call it E6.
E6, yeah.
And this one low and outside. Ball 1-0 to McKinley O'Connor. Now O'Connor, his last time up, homered to right field. He singled in the first inning. Rosado says yes. A look at the runner. He deals, and this one is fouled at the plate. And we'll reset and try it again with the right-hander Rosado, second appearance of the season. So Nathan Scott, he's been consistent. And that one's outside. That's ball 2. And the count, 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, Rosado tried to drop a backdoor breaking ball in that last pitch, and it just stayed out there.
And here it is. This one is ball 3 outside. On deck would be John Lucio, who has struck out twice. So this part of the lineup's been really where it's all happened.
Yeah, they've had some good competitive at-bats today.
Top 4 guys, yep. This one hit foul down third base way, given a look is Anthony Davis, but nothing there. McKinley O'Connor. Pretty big guy. 6 foot 190. Looks bigger than that. Lincoln County, Nevada high school. Look back at second, and that's ball 4. Not really close, and that'll put runners on first and second with 2 outs. And here is John Lucio. Lucio did not play game 1. Lucio on the season has 6 hits, 300 average.
So we'll kind of keep track here, Tom, of how many extra pitches Robert Rosado has had to throw this inning after the error.
First pitch is swung on and missed. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's pitch number 7.
You're good with those analytics.
Well, you just, it's another illustration of how when you can't just play catch, it really can have ripple effects all up and down the line.
There's strike two. Lucio mad at himself. He thought he had one he could maybe hit that time. So 0-2. And again, it's just been really, as you look through the whole season for him, you know, after 3 or 4 guys, we just don't have a lot of guys that have produced much at all offensively. And this one lifted foul right side. That'll go out of play. And between innings, we've got to talk about the complete game. Because a lot of the young people today, you say, well, you know, back when
don't know
back
what
in
that
our
is.
time, complete game. Well, what's that? Well, it's
You mean people throw all 9 innings?
and another foul ball. So Lucio staying alive, but really that's the way it was back in the days. I guess you'd go back into the 70s and even the 80s. You still had a lot of complete games, and then all of a sudden, come the 90s and beyond,
and the pitch count, and now everybody's scared to break 100 pitches. And
this one hit wide of third, down the line, foul, and Anthony Davis.
Nice effort.
So Lucio battling up there, trying to get something going. 5-2, Antelope Valley, and I believe maybe for the season, first time they've had a lead beyond the third inning. So they're much more competitive today than Tuesday. Lucio waits, right-handed batter. Rosado says yes. A look back at second. He comes home, and this one is outside. Didn't miss by a lot.
Yeah, good 2-strike pitch. See if you can get him to chase it.
Yep. 2-2 the count. Pretty good lead over at first for O'Connor. Anything hitting the gap would be probably a couple of runs. Here's the pitch. This one is lifted to left center again. Going back on his horse is Tito, but he has room, and he's going to make the catch right at the base of the fence. So Lucio hit it pretty hard, got some wind behind him, and actually the wind it's still good and gusty, but it died down a little bit. So Lucio gave it a ride after striking out twice.
Yeah, and so, Tom, no run scored.
They say, well, the good thing my pension's gone up. But how do a lot of the players feel that actually played in the 60s and 70s and the 80s and really were not making over $100,000? I remember the major league minimum salary for a long time was, only a couple $100,000, and it's only, I should say. But first pitch to Davis is ball one on. As for the fourth inning of work, out is George Mercado, trying to get, again, the consistency that AVC needs. And this one is lifted up in the air. Again, that's just going to be like trying to catch a in a net, somebody they threw out of a building with gusting winds, one of those mannequins they train on of the fire department. But 1-1 for Anthony, who has, in the first game, 3 hits, all the same place up the middle, soft line drives. And Mercado ready, deals, and that one inside, ball 2, 2-1. But you know, Carl Yastrzemski was one of the first really high-priced, Major League Baseball players, and I think it was $160,000 a year was his ending salary, I believe, or close to it. Which,
yeah, it'd be interesting to say, okay, what was the kind of median income at that time, and then look at what he got paid, and compare it to today. Or what's the median income? 60, 70,000 probably, somewhere in there.
The medium income of
no, not of baseball players, just of everybody.
Oh, people, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And to say, well, so what's that difference back when Yastrzemski, he's getting a couple 100,000, and people are maybe making, I don't know,
20, 25, yeah.
Yeah, so you're like, okay, and now the median income is 60, 70, and guys are making 40 million.
Yep. And that one just did miss. So another 3-2 count and another miss just outside. Boy, it's been a trend, an absolute trend. So the second time, well, I don't think Davis is, he struck out once in that first game. He had 3 hits. He walked earlier. So Davis just has a knack to get on base. Here's Bo Brooks trying to get his second hit of the season. Brooks walked back in that first inning and came around to score. Mercado a look over at first. Now comes home. And that one, fastball misses a little bit low. George looks in and says, where did it miss? And I think the umpire obliged him with the answer. But still, even in proportion, today's
it's crazy.
Little bit different animal. And I'll tell you where I think it started. This one in the dirt. And gets away, and there's going to be no throw. Scott did a nice job to block it. And taking advantage is Anthony Davis. And boy, the same thing again. Kind of a wild pitch or a pass ball, and that was a wild pitch, if anything.
Yeah.
And advancement.
Leadoff walk, and now he's in scoring position. It especially stings after in the top of the inning, Antelope Valley puts 2 more runs up, so they extend their lead, and then you come out and you walk the first guy, and he jogs into second on a wild pitch.
Mm-hmm. And there's a strike at the knees, and 1-1. Bo Brooks, the designated hitter. Can also play the outfield and pretty much can play a whole lot of positions.
Yeah, he's been a nice addition to the Coyotes roster for sure.
And another ball in the dirt and another good block by Nathan Scott, who played first base the first game.
Well, Mercado at the 62 pitch mark and split him right in half, 31 balls and 31 strikes.
And there is no action. There's stirring, but no action in the AVC pen. Mercado says yes. A look back at second. Now the lefty deals. And this one lifted foul, and the count even up at 2-2. In 92 and 93, full count, I beg your pardon, another full count. Again, we've had a lot of full counts, and the battles have been mainly won by Saracoso, meaning they have drawn the walks. And it seems a majority of times that ball 4 has been on that outside portion of where they were trying to hit that outside corner. And let's see again. And there it is again. And that one he swung at ball 4. The wind's going to carry it.
Oh, what a catch.
Oh, it was caught. Oh, my goodness. There was no way he could have done that, but he did. Arif Camacho
put a gold star on that one.
with the wind pushing it away, made a circus catch.
Yeah, he laid out like Superman across the right field foul line.
Wow,
And
that's
then,
one of the, again, that would be one of the my all-time top 5 plays right there, I'll tell you.
well, and the best part was he didn't lay there and admire it. He popped right up and got it back into the infield, and Anthony Davis had to stay put.
Right, here's Brooks. Got sack, well, flew
Fly
out
up.
to center. I won't give him the sack fly I wanted to, and this one is hit foul. And Brooks comes in with 4 hits on the season, 400 his average in limited attempts. Brooks, they list him at 5'10". I think he's a little taller than
more
that.
than that?
Yep, I think so. And he's near that 200-pound mark, and most of that's muscle. I think 211. He's really put on a lot of muscle mass. Mercado looks back, gets his sign, and the pitch. This one is just a little bit low. And 1-1 to Brooks. Finished high school in New Jersey last year and didn't get to play his senior season due to the COVID stoppage, which was a real heartbreak for a lot of high school and college folks last year, and a swing and a miss on a fastball on the count 1-2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because, the percentage of kids that have an opportunity to go play college sports is not that big. And so you think about all these kids that, high school baseball was it, and then they get it taken away from them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just even into this year. Here's the pitch. This one is popped up second base-wise. So what's going to happen with a baseball, and it is caught by Lucio.
Don't stop moving your feet, young man.
So that is a second out of the inning. And here is Addis Guzman. Now, you're absolutely correct. Today, you can't take anything for granted. And that wasn't an infield fly situation, but if there was one, you're going to have to really, and this is a day where you can delay that infield infield fly roll. All right, here is Guzman, 0 for 1, struck out back in inning number 2. Mercado ready, a look back at second. And the pitch. This one is lifted to right field, and that may go with the wind carrying it, and it's gone. Guzman hits a 2-run homer over to the right center fence. Well, would that have gone without the wind?
I'm not sure that one would have. Camacho kind of took a step in or so, and then he realized the wind got a hold of it and turned and took a couple quick steps and watched it disappear behind the fence.
So Addis Guzman, who I believe got his first at-bats today of the shorter season, that one they laid right over the plate, though. And Guzman extended those arms and made good contact. And the pitch, this one fastball outside, ball 1, 1-0.
Yeah, team's trading 2-run homers here this inning.
Yeah, we have a good competitive game, which is a blessing in itself. This one on the corner, I don't imagine that 32-6 and 24-4 doubleheader Tuesday was.
That's no fun for anybody. I don't care what side you're on.
All right, Cabrera. This one almost hits him. Into the dirt it goes. Cabrera 0 for 1, struck out back in the second inning. Let's see if he can follow the lead of Guzman. Well, not bad. Your second at-bat as a Coyote.
Yeah, good way to start out the old college career.
Mercado ready to go. And a swing and a miss. Good pitch that time, and Cabrera chased. But you're correct about, you got to watch what happens. It's analytics again, and teams do it all the time. What happens when you walk a leadoff batter?
Yeah, came around and scored again.
Mercado ready to go, taking a little more time between pitches. And that one is high. And another full count.
I think you should just default to the full count.
I'm going to default to the full count, is right.
It always seems to be the right answer, at least today.
And Mercado says yes, and that is swung on and missed, so give Mercado credit. He is hanging in there. In the fourth inning, though, the Coyotes get a couple runs. The big blow, the Addison Guzman 2-run home run to right center. So 4 in the books from Ridgecrest. We go to the fifth inning. Our score, Antelope Valley 5, Saracoso 4. Now this 1-minute timeout. This that time by Rosado. Brubank 0 for 2, 1 hit on the season. It's been that part of the order that, and this one fouled away. Defensive swing and out of play. Fifth inning of this scheduled 9. Omar Santa Maria to follow. And the pitch. This one, again, little defensive swing, foul ball.
Yeah, Brockbank, he's pretty gritty up there. He's not going to give up on anything. Just keep fighting him off till he finds something he likes.
All right, Rosado says yes, and that one is hit to right field, base hit. That's just a good unwind-aided
line
base
drive.
Hit.
Yeah.
Yep. And here comes Santa Maria. That's the second hit for Brubank this season. And here is Santa Maria, who is 0 for 3 in the first game, 0 for 2 in this game.
Yeah, that was a nice at-bat there by Nathan Brockbank. Yeah, it fouled off a bunch and then hits a line drive into right field.
And this one low, ball 1. Santa Maria, a graduate of St. Bonaventure High School, which is in Ventura, great football powerhouse. In fact, in the days when Burroughs was really playing real well, getting in deep in the playoffs, they played St. Bonaventure several times. St. Bonaventure was I believe, a CIF finalist several times, and Burroughs a champion. And this one hit foul down the left field line and out of play. 2005, the Burroughs football team won the Eastern Division, Southern Section, Division number 7.
Yeah, how they figure out those divisions is beyond me, Tom.
Yeah, it used to be more by location, then they changed it by how you've done lately, literally,
Yeah.
and somewhat size, but not necessarily. And the runner goes. The pitch is high. The throw down to second goes into center field. And going all the way to third is Brubank. And I think he would have probably had it anyway, but that'll probably be an error charge to catcher Brooks Scott.
Yeah, we're gonna have to give him a throwing error on that one.
So
allowed.
Would it be a stolen base and a throwing error?
Yeah, that's how I'd score, Tom. A
Yep.
stolen base and then advances to third on the throwing error.
So Santa Maria with a chance to pick up an RBI. Long look in. Rosado ready now, deals, and this
That's
one
going to
is
score him.
Yeah, this one is hit to right field, catchable, made by Cabrera, and that'll be a sacrifice fly. It'll score a run. And now it's a 6-4 game in favor of Antelope Valley. And here comes Ariv Camacho. One down in the fifth. Camacho a single, also popped out to second baseman John McHenry that was in a little tuggle with Guzman. Both guys collided a little, and this one in the infield, and Davis there, and the Davis kind of runs around and ends up near the pitcher's mound, but makes the catch for the second out of the inning.
Nice play by Anthony Davis.
And here's Ryan Redondo, who got his, I believe, his first hit of the season, or second hit of the season, back in the fourth inning. 1 for 2 on the day.
Yeah, there's just nothing routine about anything that goes up in the air today.
And that one's outside, fastball. Maybe a little bit of sliding action on it. Top of the order would be next with Colin Hagan. Rosado, a long look in, and this one's a big chopper. This could be some trouble, and they call it foul off his foot.
Yep.
And
got down the line pretty good for a big fella.
He sure did. So he called it right away.
Yep, the umpire called it right away.
And Redondo says, hey,
he's doing his best to ignore the home plate umpire who is singling. Come on back, let's try that again.
Redondo says, well, sir, that's my second hit of the year. There's no way you're going to take that from me.
I pieced that thing up.
Yep.
Hit it 10 feet.
Redondo 1 for 2 in that first game. All right, we'll reset and try it again with Robert Rosado. Brooks Scott going over the signs. Here it is. That one is inside.
Yeah, I think, you see a lot of the catchers these days, Tom, go down on that knee. And one of the reasons I don't care a whole lot for that is, that's hit well.
Yeah, that one hit but playable. There is Tito Hernandez in center field. So Redondo had a pretty good swing, but that is the third out of the fifth inning. However, in the inning, they do pick up the one run on the sac fly by Omar Santa Maria. Brockbank scored. So we head to the bottom of the fifth inning. It is Antelope Valley 6 and Saracoso 4. It'll be 9-1-2. That's Tito Hernandez, John McHenry, and Ryan Brennan for the Coyotes. a couple of catchers, so I think probably Tito Hernandez, 0 for 1 today, struck out in the third. Tito on the year, 4 hits from Las Vegas High School in Las Vegas. Slightly open stance. In for his 5th inning of work, and first pitch to strike by George Mercado.
Yeah, Mercado can finish this inning with the lead. He'll make himself eligible for a win.
Yeah, he hung in very well today.
Yeah, he's doing a nice
I
job.
think this is his longest appearance of the season. This one fouled away, and quickly he's ahead of the count. Mercado is 0-2. Coso back in action again. Again, everything is non-league and no non-playoff on Wednesday against Taft. Rare Wednesday game.
I believe that's over in Taft, is it not, or is it here?
That's and that one's going to hit him of all things. On an 0-2 pitch, you get hit, and that's the last thing on the feet. The last thing that Mercado wanted to do. So let's see again, and
we'll see if he scores. Free base for that leadoff guy. He scored the last inning.
McHenry on the day walked and produced a run. And I mean produced a run. He stole 2 bases and he drew a throw that ended up going into left field, and he came around to score. And the pitch on the way, that one right down the pipe. So you got to feel a little bit for, and again, AVC trying to get consistency so they can, work on competitiveness, and I think that's their key, as in a lot of teams. But you can't, like you said, you just can't. You got to play a perfect game to try to win. You can't give stuff up. You don't have that much offense to, to back you up and save you all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're kind of they're working it, but part of that inconsistency is I give up free bases or I make an error here or there, and you just can't be. Consistency is what everybody looks for.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mercado gets the sign from Scott. He deals the plate, and that one's outside, 1-1 the count.
Good wheels at first in the form of Tito Hernandez.
1-2, I beg your pardon. Thank you to Lee's and the instant answer machine, TechMan, with all their electronics. 1-2. This one is foul away. Staying alive is John McHenry. Ryan Brennan would follow, the number 2 hitter. 6-4. Antelope Valley leads. Coso won the first game in 6 innings, 14-3. And again, he stays alive at the plate.
Kind of an emergency hack there.
Defensively, same lineup started. Redondo, Wilson, Lucio, Santa Maria, third to first, and the tested outfield, or the nervous outfield,
yeah.
Brockbank, Hagen, and Camacho. And that's way upstairs for a ball.
I think all the outfielders for both clubs have done a pretty nice job today dealing with this wind.
Yeah, not easy.
Not at all.
All right, Hernandez with jet-like feet at first. Mercado ready. He'll throw that way, and he'll drive Tito back to the bag, standing.
Yeah, only behind by 2 here in the 5th. I'm not sure I'm going to take a chance on stealing second. I was going to let guys hit.
Mercado ready, and that one low, and the count full again. Another full count. And the trend has been try to set up on the outside and pick that corner. Let's see what Mercado does here.
Wrong guy to lay one in there for.
And that is strike 3 called. And that borderline low, but gets the call, does Mercado.
Yeah, caught the hollow of the knees down there.
1 down, 5th inning, and here is Ryan Brennan. Brennan grounded out his last time up. Came in with 1 hit on the season. Left-handed batter. Squares to butt, takes a strike, and the count is 0-1.
Yeah, I don't think Ryan Brennan has any intention of bunting there. I think he's just trying to disrupt Mercado's delivery a little bit.
Sparks, Nevada, went to the same high school as Michael Doerr. And the pitch, this one, did it hit the bat?
Yeah, fouled it off.
It did. Brennan ready to go again. 0-2 the count. And the last 0-2 count, or a 1-2 count, he hit Hernandez, who's at first base. Mercado a look at first, runner goes, and this one
foul ball
again.
That one hit the knob of the bat.
I tell you what, Brennan hardly moved. I mean, it was like
well, it was unfortunate because Tito Hernandez was kind of standing on second base by the time the ball got to home plate. He had that thing stolen so easily there.
Right, Mercado set at the belt. Another look at Tito. And this one is rocketed to right field. That's going to be a base hit. Hernandez will move to third. Throw comes in. They cut it off. And Hernandez goes in diving. Looked like underdog on that. And so a base hit for Brennan. His second of the year. Or make it his third of the year. He had one earlier.
Yeah, that pitch just caught too much of the plate for an 0-2 count. He kind of laid it over there. And, you know, tip your cap, though, to Ryan Brennan. He turned that thing around, hit a nice little line drive into right field, and advances Tito Hernandez all the way to third.
Yeah, Mercado would like to have that one back. Still no one throwing, and pitching coach is going to come out now and
probably tell him, hey, you shouldn't do that.
All right, here is Matt Payne, and he definitely has some power. 7 hits on the season for him, 1 for 2 today. 6'4" as we go back to the game. Ball and a strike.
I'm sure Antelope Valley discussed, okay, what are we going to do here first and third if that runner on first takes off?
And this one's chopped foul to third base way. Yeah, nobody on the portable scoreboard today.
Yeah, it must be too windy. They forgot their safety harnesses at home.
So Mercado would probably like to have that last pitch to Brennan back. As you mentioned, way too much at the plate.
2-strike pitch, yeah.
Payne waits. Mercado ready. He deals. Check swing. Did he go? Nope. They say no. Missed a little bit high. 2-1 the count. Hagen shades towards right field. Brockbank down left field. In the dirt, nice stop and no throw, so you've got the tying runs in scoring position in a 3-1 count to Matt Payne. So Hernandez at third, Brennan at second. Both guys have great speed. And the infield comes in, at least 3 of the 4. Jordan Wilson midway, the shortstop.
Yeah, interesting.
I think you might want to stay out of a big inning, given the history.
I agree, especially with these two guys on base. A base hit is probably going to score 2.
And that's
period.
Ball 3.
Yep, 31
on Matt Payne. So still no one throwing. Again, you just wonder if there's anybody left they could bring in that they feel more confident than what Mercado could do, even after all the pitches he's throwing.
Yeah, he's getting up there. This will be his 95th pitch.
And here it is. That one is a strike on the corner, much to the chagrin of Matt Payne. So 3-2 the count. And if you've been with us, you'll know that this has been a common trend.
I believe, I just looked, I think this is the 6th 3-2 count that Mercado has been in through 4 1/3.
And here it is. This one hit a mile in the air. Let's see what the wind does to this one. Camacho out there, and he's going to watch it go over the fence. A 3-run home run. Well, that's the wind. I got to tell you, that one
was all wind.
That thing just blew it over. So Coso back in front now by a score of 7-6. So they cash in as you mentioned, the hit batsman.
Yeah, and here comes head coach. A little clap of the hands.
And they're gonna. Who are they gonna? Well, they got. I think somebody coming in. I didn't see anybody really warming up, but again, I can't see on this side of the. All right, 20 minutes of 5 o'clock local time. And Anthony Davis comes to the plate. And you are listening to Saracoso Baseball on KLOA Ridgecrest, CBS Sports Radio for the IWV. Tom Heck, Lee Johnson. First pitch outside, ball 1. Vinny Hernandez back at the station. And Omar the happy tech, with us. Anthony, the most consistent of all hitters. This one is outside. Anthony, 3 hits in that first game, all in about the same location. Came into play today with a .316 average. Rodriguez ready, and this one hits him.
That is the last thing that AVC wanted to see.
Well, you're correct. This maybe the second last thing, though, is with Tito Hernandez with 2 strikes on him, got hit in the foot.
Right.
With a lead, you had a lead at that time.
Although, you just make a pitching change and surrender the lead. And
that's true.
The first guy your new pitcher sees, and he plunks him.
All right, the first pitch, this one bounces up to Bo Brooks. And we start maybe thinking of the 10-run rule, although I think early to do so, and hopefully not, but kind of got a feeling the tide has changed a bit. And the pitch, this one out, catches a corner.
Catches a corner.
Very nice. So Brooks with a 1-1 count. Boy, great movement on it.
Yeah, that was a nice pitch.
1 ball, 1 strike. Brooks flew out to right field last time at bat. Pitch is low. The throw down to second is not in time. Nice job getting down there by Anthony Davis. So Davis with another stolen base. Just good speed. Pretty good throw down, actually, to second base.
Yeah, I thought a good play all around. Anthony Davis got a good jump. And then Nathan Scott came up, let it go, and was right on the money. Just fraction of a second too late.
And the pitch. A swing and a miss on a pretty good fastball that time from Pete Rodriguez. Rodriguez ready to go. He doesn't waste any time whatsoever. Out of Menifee, Paloma Valley High School. And this one all the way to the backstop. That'll be a wild pitch, and Davis will go to third base on the free pass. Brooks Scott would follow. So in the inning, a hit batsman, a strikeout, a walk, a home run up in that wind. Let's see if the wind starts to die down. Not yet, it hasn't.
Every pitcher in the ballpark is hoping it dies down. And probably your outfielders as well.
And the pitch, this one outside. Yeah, I guess they feel better, the home team, if it dies down after the bottom half of the inning.
Right. After you finally scrape ahead to get the lead. All right, now the wind needs to stop.
All right, hanging in there is Bo Brooks with a couple strikes on him. 1-2 count coming up. And here it is. This one is, I beg your pardon, 3-2 count. And another walk on a full count. Boy, I think we've seen that over and over today.
Well, it's how it goes, right? When you're struggling, it's like, okay, that was a decent pitch. It could have probably gone either way, and you don't get the benefit of the doubt.
All right, Brooks Scott, a sac fly, and also not a sac fly, a fly out to center field. I wanted to give him the sac fly, but you have to score. He drove the runner to third with nobody out, and then he popped out to second base his last time up. Has 4 hits on the year, does Brooks. And the pitch. And this one way outside. Nice backhand by Nathan Scott.
Absolutely.
I think there is action in the AV pen. But
yeah, I would think so. I mean, of Rodriguez's first 11 pitches, he's only thrown 3 strikes.
Rodriguez ready to go. And a swing and a miss. More, that was a defensive.
Yeah, kind of indecisive there.
Yeah.
It looked like he started, and then he thought, well, I better stop. And the laws of physics took over and said, you ain't stopping. That's strike.
So a ball and a strike. Rodriguez says yes. And here it is. That one's way upstairs. 7-6. First lead of the day for Saracoso. Trying to sweep all 4 games. Antelope Valley trying to get a first win of the season. Another ball to the backstop, and that will be another wild pitch, and that will be a run right there. So Davis will score, and you'll send Bo Brooks to second. And Brooks Scott now with a 3-ball count, confirmed, 3-1. Now 8-6. And ball 4. So another walk.
Not really working out the way Antelope Valley had hoped.
Again, you got to feel they just don't have they got to play a perfect game to win a game, not to be mean, but just the way it is. And Coso playing a lot of folks. And Addison Guzman will come up. 2-run homer his last time at bat for his second hit as a Coyote, or his first hit, I beg your pardon, as a Coyote. His second appearance at the plate as a Coyote when he hit that home run. 1 for 2. Struck out his first time at bat. Look back at second. Here it is. That one, boy, good slider for a strike. Good movement on it. Guzman was kind of buckling his knees a little bit on that one. Well, if he can just get it up in the air to right field, it'll...
Yeah, as we have seen many times already today.
Little cat and mouse at second, and this one lifted up.
That's infield fly rule.
And let's see if they wait. I don't know if they're going to call an infield fly, and it's going to bounce in no man's land. And no infield fly. It would have been. If again, with the win, you have to wait. That's what you're taught at umpire school on a day like this. There aren't many days, but so that's just going to be a gift single. And right now, everything going right for Saracoso. And here's Cabrera, 0 for 2 on the day. Struck out twice. So 2 walks and a wind-aided single. And the pitch. This one backhanded. Nice job by Cabrera. Or rather, Nathan Scott, who's done a great job defensively. Both at first base earlier and now at behind the plate. One down, bases full of Coyotes. 1-0 pitch. This one is hit to short. And the second for 1 on to first, not in time, and a run will score. So they do get the lead runner first to second. Scoring will be Bo Brooks to make it a 9-6 game. Brooks Scott erased for the second out on the force.
Center fielder number 21, Tito Hernandez.
And here comes Tito Hernandez, rather Guzman erased. Brooks Scott goes to third. Tito led off the inning. He was hit by a pitch. This one outside and going down to second with a stolen base or defensive indifference, depending on how you want to score it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give him a stolen base. He took off right away, and I'm not thinking Nathan Scott had any chance in the world.
Right, Hernandez. 0 for 1. He struck out, then was hit by the pitch, and he fouls this one off. Second-year player, was here last year, as mentioned, from the Las Vegas area.
I think the wind velocity's going in the wrong direction, Tom. Seems like it's ramping up.
It's a little bit breezy out there, and this one hit down to second. Should be the final out of the inning, and it is. So 4-3 on the putout. And that is the end of the 5th inning. However, a big 5th inning for the Coyotes. They come up with 5 runs on 3 hits, a couple of walks to help. So after 5, it is now just approaching the 5 o'clock hour local time, and this is Callaway Ridgecrest. You're listening to Saracoso Baseball on CBS Sports Radio for the Indian Wells Valley. Leading off, top of the order, Colin Hagan. 1 for 3 in the first game and 1 for 2 in this game, along with a walk, and takes a strike. In his second inning of work is Robert Rosado.
Well, it'll be important here for Rosado to come out and throw a shutdown inning. Make quick work of AVC after your boys have spotted you 5 runs the last half of the inning, giving you the lead.
And as I look at the last, really, 5-6 batters, only 1 walk. And that's really, I think, important for a guy coming in. And this one lifted to center. The wind's going to cut it in half, and a nice catch there by, I believe, John McHenry.
Absolutely.
He went a long, long way to get that one. So 1 batter, 1 out here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, the importance of just everybody closing on those balls that go in the air, because you just never know who's going to end up in the best position to make the play.
Right, Jordan Wilson comes up, and he had that home run his last time up, wind-aided, out to right center.
I wish I would have had a few more wind-aided home runs. Just any home runs would have been nice.
Yeah, me too. And the pitch, this one low. Although I did hit a couple in my senior year that I did give one up, the longest home run maybe ever in the history. And that one's a slow roller. Nice charge and a nice play by Anthony Davis, and that's the 2nd out of the 6th inning.
Good job that time by Anthony Davis. Came hard on that ball, transferred it, and got rid of it quickly, and made a nice throw over to Addis Guzman at first. And we got 2 outs in the books.
And here's Nathan Scott, who probably has been the most consistent AVC hitter.
He's had nice game so far.
3 hits in this game. He also has done a good job defensively at first base in the first game, catcher in this game, and he hits one hard to center.
Left
the
field,
wind's
that's going
it.
to center. Now it's going to right.
Now McHenry backs up and makes another nice catch.
Holy
out
smokes.
there. Boy, every ball's an adventure this afternoon. Well, we go to the bottom of the 6th inning for Saracoso. Coming up, it'll be the top of the order, I believe, and that'll be McHenry, Brennan, and Payne. Our score remains 9-6. A 9-inning scheduled game with a 10-run rule in effect. And McHenry will come up, and he'll bat from the left side against the right-hander. Rodriguez. Second inning of work, Pete Rodriguez from the Menifee area down south. And that one is hit hard, and that is right at Camacho. And Camacho was probably as stunned as anyone was that he wouldn't have to move but more than a step.
That thing got out there in about a second.
Well, you can't hit that much harder. And here's Ryan Brennan, who has a couple hits today and came into play with only one hit on the short season. Grounded out to short also. And the pitch. That one right down the pipe, and the count 0-1. Matt Payne would follow, who had that wind home run his last time at bat. Would just think, get the ball up down the line. And
yeah, you got a good chance if you can elevate it in this wind.
To right or right center. Now you elevate it to left field, it's going to
you probably get a single.
Where the ball might come back to the infield. This one is, on 2-strike count. Beautiful hitting by Brennan. He kind of tucked those hands in a little bit and was able to go opposite field.
Yeah, nice inside out swing that time by Ryan Brennan.
Well, that's his third hit of the day.
He doesn't mind the wind.
Well, he's making a case for more playing time.
That's right. Wants to see his name in that lineup card more often.
All right, Matt Payne will step in. A single, a ground out, and then the 3-run homer. And he takes high ball 1-0. 6th inning. 9-6. Saracoso. Next home game will be Wednesday against Taft.
That'll be interesting for that game, you know.
This one popped up, and it's going to go untouched. Now, how you've seen Taft.
Yeah, they came in for the first home game of the year, and Saracoso walked it off in the bottom of the 9th.
You've seen San Jacinto. How would you compare Taft and San Jacinto?
You know, they're comparable. I thought San Jacinto was maybe a little bit more athletic. Just, you know, kind of bigger, stronger looking guys. But Taft, they play some tough teams, and they play them well.
I think it's the first-year coach, too. The move, and that is an out at first. That's a good move by Rodriguez, and boy, I saw that coming. And out is Ryan Brennan at first base, so it'll go 1-3 on that pickoff move, and Matt Payne remains at home plate.
Perfect throw. All Santa Maria had to do was catch it.
And the second out of the inning, and a big hook. It stays high.
That pitch started out behind Matt Payne, broke over the plate.
Yeah, I'm surprised if, you know, your power hitters as a pitcher and catcher, I think you want to set up more inside and not have the ball go to right.
Absolutely. Yeah, try to get them to pull it. Hit it up into the teeth of that wind.
Yeah, usually it could be the other way around, but when the wind's going like this, and I think it's more natural for a pitcher to try to hit the outside corner for most guys than it is the inside corner.
Yeah, you're living dangerously when you kind of get on that inner half. If you miss, you usually miss right out over the plate.
All right, Rodriguez ready to go. Here it is. This one bounces up, ball 4, so Payne will walk. And here comes Anthony Davis. Davis has had an interesting day. 3 hits in that first game. Hit into a double play, a roller to first that turned into 2. Walked and then was hit by a pitch. Came around to score on the base hit by Guzman.
Anthony Davis, he's a tough out. He's on base all the time.
Pitches a little bit low fastball. 2 down. 6th inning, 9-6. Saracoso leads Antelope Valley after a 14-3 win in Game 1. Rodriguez says yes. This one in the dirt, and unable to locate it is Scott, and going to second is Matt Payne. And as you've mentioned, this is how the runs have
start to add up when we shoot ourselves in the foot. We'll see how many wild pitches we've got so far. 7 wild pitches. There's an error.
This pickoff move goes into center field, and it had been a good throw. It would have been very close because Payne had wandered off the bag some, but the throw went to the second base side of second base, well to the side of second base, and Matt Payne all of a sudden is at third base. A walk and the wild pitch, and then the pickoff throw that's not very good, and so a chance here to produce another run. That's a swing and a miss on a high fastball out of the zone by Anthony Davis.
Rodriguez was throwing a pretty nice inning up until this last little bit here.
Mm-hmm. And again, like you've mentioned, and like Coach, I'm sure Longmont has, you just got to get some consistency and to be competitive.
Yeah, I just throw it in there. See what happens.
Coach Livermont, I should say. And the pitch on the way fouled off, and 2 strikes on the Boron High School graduate. Rodriguez gets a sign now from Scott. Set at the belt, he deals. And this one is lifted to center field. Playable, I think. And it is caught out there by Colin Hagan. And that is the 3rd out of the 6th inning. Nothing across for the Coyotes in the 6th inning. They do have the base hit by Brennan, and they strand 1. We go to the 6th, or we go to the 7th, I beg your pardon. 6 in the books from Ridgecrest. Our score, Saracosa He has one on the season, and that one outside. And this is when you want to just let your defense help you out a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, give up a run and get it out, and you're up by 3, so you can afford to make that trade.
And that's a low strike. And shaking his head is Brockbank. Brockbank, a fly ball to center, struck out, and then the single scored a run. And another swing, foul tip, and that is strike 2. How many pitches has Rosado thrown?
He's thrown 61, Tom.
Okay.
Pretty good strike to ball ratio, 40 strikes and 21 balls.
That one outside.
Loads it up.
So 3-2. Full count. 2 runners on.
Kind of surprised that Addis Guzman's playing in at first with the left-handed hitter.
And that one is hit up the middle, and that is going to be a base hit. It'll fall in front of Hernandez, and
score 2.
That'll score a couple of runs, and Antelope Valley is making a game of it.
Keeping it back in.
This is a good performance by Antelope Valley. 9-8 our score now. And that's third hit of the year for Brockbank.
Looks like we're going to have a pitching change here, Tom. Proactive.
All right, here is Santa Maria. Sac fly. Drove in a run his last time at bat. 0 for 2 prior to that, and 0 for 3 in the first game. Came in hitting $150.
What I think will be interesting, Tom, is to see if Nathan Brockbank runs.
And that one's hit to left field, and the wind's going to play with it. And a diving catch, and can't come up with it is Brennan. Boy, he gave it a good opportunity, a good try on a tough opportunity.
Yeah, that wind right there, that took that thing and was blowing it so hard to center field that, I mean, Brennan did all he could, but there's no way.
All right, here's Aviv Camacho, the right fielder. A single, also popped out to second, and the same to third.
You bunting here, Tom?
Well, that's a
think
possibility, although you have the one out.
no,
Or
no
don't we?
outs.
No outs, yes, then I would. I
Yeah,
thought.
definitely move both those guys into scoring position.
And a swing and a miss. Yep, and he's not listening to us, or you, but
Well,
or me, or anyone else. But yes, I would.
yeah, I would too. I mean, you're chasing one at this point.
Yeah.
You can put the tying run 90 feet away and the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Yeah, and you got the top of the order coming up
Yeah.
in two batters.
Camacho's done nothing but hit it in the air.
And that
Just
one
like
is hit to
that.
left field, and that wind's going to knock it down.
Yep.
And a catch made by Brennan, and that'll be the first out of the inning. Yeah, that point is well taken strategy-wise. Now, if there was no wind, where would that thing have ended? Probably just a regular flyout. You think
the
deep
previous one by Santa Maria, or the one they just hit?
The one they just hit. Where do you think that would have gone? If there was no
Yeah, I think that's kind of a routine fly ball. It was hit okay, but I'm not sure it's going to clear the fence.
All right, Ryan Redondo comes up 1 for 3. And Redondo takes a slider for a strike, and the count is 0-1. Good pitch by Bannon Delmar. So the tying run at second base, the go-ahead run at first, the top of the order next. So if you're AVC, you don't want to hit into a double play.
No, that would be a big rally killer.
And another good breaking pitch. And to your point, that's why bunting that last time up would have maybe taken you out of that double play.
Well, it absolutely would have. And another thing it does is, we've seen all sorts of wild pitches and this, that, and the other thing. Now you're putting even more pressure on their battery to keep the ball in front of you. And, maybe you tie it up on a wild pitch or something like that.
A defensive swing from Redondo on an 0-2 pitch, and he taps the ball down to third and foul ground. His umpire's got to be getting a little bit tired.
I've been standing out there a long time in that wind. Yeah, surprising to me that that AVC didn't bunt there.
Right, Redondo waits. Delmar ready to go. Here it is. And another foul ball. So just getting a piece of it here and there to stay alive.
Yeah, good job by Delmar to fill up the strike zone. Nothing but strikes to Ryan Redondo at this at-bat.
1 for 3 today in this game for Redondo. 1 for 2 in the first game. Outfield straight away. Good lead for the runners, and this one swung on and missed. Blew it by him. Boy, super good pitch that time, and that's out number 2. Top of the order we go, and Colin Hagan, and he is showing some skill with the bat. He is in this game 1 for 3. 1 for 3 also in the first game.
Yeah, just to keep beating that dead horse, Tom. I mean, now you need a 2-out hit, and probably the best you're going to do is tie the game with a 2-out hit.
And this pitch hits the umpire.
He's going to go take his base.
Wow. And hopefully he's okay. Got him right on, looks like that left arm area maybe. And
yeah, I think Brooks Scott just kind of whiffed on that one, and the umpire caught it right in the forearm.
And that's where you say, I'm sorry, sir. I got crossed up.
Yeah, my bad. That doesn't make it feel any better, though. Could hear that thing all the way up here.
Yep.
He caught him flush.
With the life of an umpire.
Yeah, well, he's getting paid.
9-8 our score. Top of the 7th. Coso leads Antelope Valley, and this one hit Hagan. So now, and again, that was nothing intentional whatsoever. The last thing he wanted to do with 2 outs and put your tying run now 90 feet away and have Jordan Wilson come up, who's already homered today.
Yeah, he could really increase his RBI tally here. Nowhere to put him.
All right, so Brockbank at third, Santa Maria at second. And now Hagan at first. And the first pitch, I believe, is
high.
ball one.
Yeah, Delmar overthrew that one quite a bit.
Now, do you make Wilson take a strike here? Or
I do.
And the next pitch, that one fell back at us. And the count 1-1. This is the 8th man to come to the plate. 2 runs have scored in the 7th inning for AVC. Coyotes still lead by a run, 9-8. Bannon Delmar in relief. Third pitcher used today by Saracoso. And the pitch, that one outside. Nice backhand by Brooke Scott. And the count now at 2-1.
Yeah, you would think Brockbank at third is just absolutely spring-loaded to go. Anything that squirts around back there, you think he's coming.
And this one is hit to left
get
field.
Beat down.
Oh,
look at that.
It's going to hang up. Nice job by Ryan Brennan to know where to play, as he was extremely shallow. So Coso gets out of the jam, and that'll just be a routine fly ball on paper to left field. So 2 runs in for AVC. They scratch close. We go to the stretch. Can do here. Brooks on the day is 0 for 1,
yeah.
2 walks, and he scored 2 runs. So productive day for him. Came into play 1 for 10 on the year. Short season. Sample pitches and things, as Lee talked about. And the pitch, this one way outside, and on the mound for Antelope Valley is Pete Rodriguez. He in relief of George Mercado, who really pitched well, except to really give up a couple of home runs. But on a day like this, to right field, that's going to happen.
Yeah, who hasn't given up a home run on a day like today?
And he had a lot of 3-2 counts, a couple that he won the battle and a couple he lost. But a couple that he lost, those runners came back to haunt him.
Yeah, he battled hard. I think he just got tired there towards the end and couldn't finish it.
Right, Rodriguez gets his sign from Scott. Right-hander ready deals, and this one a little bit high. Didn't miss by a whole lot on Bo Brooks. Pitch coming, and that's inside. Brooks, 6'2", 208, Skyline High School in Mesa. One of 2 players from Skyline. Bannon Delmar, who's now pitching the other. And this one, ball 4, so another free pass.
Yeah, Bo Brooks just drew his 3rd walk of the game.
And here is Brooks Scott, who has flown out to center. popped out to second and walked. Didn't play the first game. I believe it was 1 for 4 Thursday's game. He had a couple of nice defensive plays. Rodriguez, who's shown he's got a very good move to first base. And this one is high also. Ball 2. Rodriguez, a long look in. Now a look over at first. Here it is. And a big cut. Good swing that time by Mr. Scott. And 2-1 the count. Rodriguez a peek over at first, and he throws there, and he just about threw it into the Everglades, so to say. And if that one gets away, it goes for a while. And so does Bo Brooks.
In Santa Maria, he tried to put a little fake on Bo Brooks there, snagged it, and then turned around like, oh, where'd that go?
And there's ball 3, I believe.
Oh, ball 2.
Ball
2-1.
All right.
Bo Brooks wasn't biting, though. He's seen that trick before.
After this pitch, I'll tell you about a memorable pickoff play that didn't go so well.
That's why it was memorable.
It was against Santa Barbara City. They had come up here to play. Game tied, bottom of the 9th inning. 2 outs. We had a runner at first base. This is when Coach Holmes was at the helm. Memory serves me correct. And here it is. This one backhanded. Nice play by Scott. And the pickoff went all the way into the bullpen, which at that time,
no fence.
There was no fence. It went all the way out. And by the time the right fielder got there, who was playing in right center, the run had just about crossed the plate.
Yeah, a walk-off error.
Yeah. That's a strike, and now a 3-2 count on Scott. That was a tough one to take.
Yeah, that's a bitter pill right there.
Yeah, Santa Barbara had a long journey home.
To think about it, huh? Well, the sun's starting to become a little bit of a factor for the first baseman over there.
Yep.
Still high enough in the sky, but...
There's ball 4, bounced up, so another walk, and you feel for AVC. They just don't have, evidently, anybody else they can really bring in. That's why they stayed with Mercado as long as they could. And now here comes the change, and Coach Livermont says, well, I got to do something here, and let's see where they go. So, well, Rodriguez did some good things. He had that good pickoff. He just needs to get some consistency. He has speed, has great arm speed, and he has a good little
got, yeah.
Please pinch hitting for the Coyotes, number 26, Manny Gutierrez.
Manny Gutierrez, who played second base the first game, will come up. So Guzman had a couple hits in this one, and now we'll see Manny Gutierrez from San Luis High School in Arizona. Nobody out. He'll bunt, and foul ball. The hat comes off.
So right there,
Zach Johnson.
first and second, nobody out, and
That's good coaching.
AVC decides not to bunt, and they don't benefit from it. Coach Scott's like, let's play some small ball.
And that's why Gutierrez came in, just to,
Absolutely.
for this purpose.
He looks like a guy that can lay it down, although time will tell here. Small ball is not as easy as it may sound.
First and second, nobody out, and that's way upstairs. And Johnson,
Nobody's going to bunt that one.
Nope. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, you're taught as a pitcher when they square to make it, a higher pitch where they have to try to reach up and make it a lot harder to try to, soften your hands and lay one down.
Yeah, it forces just to pop it up.
And that not
it's got to
even
be
close.
Closer than that. I mean, that's up above Manny Gutierrez's eyes. And, a walk will be just as effective as a bunt.
2 balls and a strike. 2 walks in the inning. 1-run game, 9-8. And a bunt. And if it stays fair, it's going to be trouble. They let it roll foul.
Nice play that time by Zachary Johnson. Recognized the spin on that. Had no chance, even if he fields it. So let it roll foul, and it did.
And the count now 2-2.
So we'll see if Coach Scott keeps the bunt on here.
And I'm sure Coach Livermont now is just told Zachary to, throw strikes.
I think they're expecting him to square. Look at Santa Maria at first. He's way up on the grass.
Yeah, let's see. 2-2 the count.
I'm going to swallow one here.
Or a little. And that one is hit to left field. And it's going to keep moving and going, and that's going to be all the way to the wall. It's going to land between the left and center fielders. That'll score 1. Then that will score 2, and that'll be a triple for Gutierrez. Wow.
That's not a bad performance when you get the call to pinch hit.
So Gutierrez, 2 RBIs, and it is now a 11-8 game.
Right fielder, number 27, John.
And that is hit number, I believe,
Number 7.
on the day. Yep. 7 hits.
That ball was well struck. Great effort that time by Colin Hagan
Yeah.
in center field. He laid out, and he almost got there.
Hagan came over. Brock Bank, who
Has no chance. He's chasing it unless he can run 40 miles an hour.
So now you got to wonder, why then are some dying, and why then do some seem to get in that jet stream and just take off, and some go halfway between the two? That's just kind of the 3 things that I've seen happen here over the years. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, and a pretty good pitch that time. And Cabrera, good cut. 0 for 2 is John today.
Yeah, I think, Tom, it's just, it's the angle at which the ball is going into the wind. These ones hit further to the left field line. They're just going right into the teeth of the wind. And
there's strike 2 on a off-speed pitch, swung on and missed by Cabrera. Yeah, that's a good point.
On the ones hit to left center, the wind just it's kind of a crosswind instead of a headwind. So I just okay, I'll take you, I'll blow you that direction. Vice just beating it straight into the ground.
And this one foul back to the screen, so staying alive up there is Cabrera.
Well, I guess, if you can't put the bunt down to move 2 runners over, you better hit me a triple.
Cabrera also from Puerto Rico, and he takes, I believe, ball
1?
Yep, 1-2 the count.
I tried a little backdoor slider and stayed out just a little bit too much.
Infield is in. 3-run lead for the Coyotes, and
I can't blame the Marauders. I mean,
and that hit him. So another, boy, a 2-strike, and you hit the batter. That is what makes gray hairs appear all over managers.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we'll see if the middle guys move back here to try to turn a double play. You got good speed at the plate, so something's going to be, have to be hit right at them, and it's going to have to be hit hard, or they're probably not going to be able to double up Tito Hernandez.
Tito 0 for 2, struck out, grounded to second, squaring to bunt, and takes ball 1. Well, not a bad idea. If Tito bunts, there's really, you look at the infield right now, and that's going to be that would be a problem.
Yeah, a second baseman is nowhere. There's no way he can get over to cover
Yep.
first on a bunt. He's going to play double play depth, and I guess we'll give you the bunt if Tito can push it to the right side.
Yeah, this game creeping up on 3 hours here.
Yeah, 2:45.
And a strike, a low one, and Tito kind of wonders,
why me? Why do you got to call that on me?
umpire can say, hey, look, we all got to make the zone a little bigger here.
Yeah, he might have dinner reservations or something.
First and third. And this one is hit to left field, and that's hard, and it is going to bounce in front of Nathan Brockbank. Now, had the wind not been blowing, that thing might have been up against the wall down the left field line.
Yeah, that would have been extra bases for sure.
So that'll score Gutierrez and now make it a 12-8 game with 8 hits now for the Coyotes. And here is John McHenry, the top of the order here in the 7th inning. So first and second.
Still nobody out.
Cabrera down at second. Good speed, obviously, with Herrera and Tito Hernandez. First pitch, ball 1 to McHenry. John on the day popped out to second base, walked, struck out, and flied out on a line drive to right fielder Ariv Camacho. I mean, a line drive.
Yeah, that thing got out to right field quick.
And a big swing and a miss. He'll bat from the right side this time against the left-hander.
Yeah, Johnny,
Johnson.
Switch hitter. Always a nice tool to have in the toolbox.
And the pitch coming. And that went inside low. Ball 2. So still nobody out. 4-run lead. Again, the 10-run rule would be on in effect after 7. And we're in the 7th. And this one hit down to short. To second for 1, on to first. And
nice
that
play.
is a double play. 6-4-3 turned. And on the play, going over to third base is Cabrera. And here is Ryan Brennan. Brennan would be the 7th man to bat in the inning. Three runs in the inning. And that one low, ball 1. Payne would follow. Long look for Johnson, and this one is a strike at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. 12-8 Saracoso, bottom of the 7th in the second game, and this one is a strike on the corner. And the zone maybe gets a little bigger, which is fine with us both ways.
Yeah, although it looks like Zachary Johnson's doing a nice job keeping it right around the plate.
In the infield, a pop-up and a nice catch by Omar Santamaria. Santamaria's done a good job today defensively, not only at first but at third. Well, that is the third out of the inning, the pop fly, and we are through 7. 3 runs in the inning, 3 very important runs. After 7, our score, Saracoso 12 and Antelope Valley 8. Back after this 1-minute timeout. This is Coso Baseball on 1240 AM. All right, Coso trying to get a quick, clean inning here. And give AVC credit after losing, 32-4 and 24-4 or close to that Tuesday. And even in the first game, they made a good representation. And really, they looking at their scores, they've had a tough 8 or 9 games they've played. But
they're battling.
They're battling today, doing a great job this afternoon.
That's all you can ask.
Give credit. And a big looping breaking pitch is ball 1, 1-0. Connor Christian has 1 inning pitched under his belt and a very high ERA, but again, it's minimal appearance at bats and batters faced. And this one, ball 2, giving up 2 hits, 4 runs. 2 of those earned, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts for Connor Christian.
Left-handed pitcher out of New Caney. Where is that, Tom?
Texas.
Oh, I knew you'd know.
Georgetown area.
Really?
Yep. And this one is a base hit to right field. So Nathan Scott.
3 for 5 on the day.
Yep.
That'll help the old numbers out.
Also got on by an error. Only been retired once. Had that pop out to second base.
Yeah, his on-base percentage is looking pretty good, too.
So McKinley O'Connor will come up.
He's put one over the right field fence
he
earlier.
He sure did. 2-run homer. Make it 3-1 at the time. Also a single. O'Connor look at first. That one is
nice
on the
pitch.
Outside corner. Good breaking ball for a strike, and the count 0-1.
Yeah, Antelope Valley, so far 12 hits on the day. That's respectable.
Absolutely. They're one of their best outings. Absolutely. And this one just does miss. So Coso 12, 8, and 4, the line score. 8, 11, and 2 for AVC. O'Connor gets his sign from Brooks Scott. Here it is. And a big, again, looping, breaking curveball.
That just buckled the knees of McKinley O'Connor there. He's like, what in the world is that?
You don't see that.
Came from behind my ear.
Yeah, you don't see that on most pitching machines, do you?
No, yeah.
Look over at first. Here's the pitch. That one is hit to right field, and all balls to right field are way back, and that one is gone. It's just almost a given. You hit it up in that little wind tunnel up there, and that's a 2-run shot.
Yeah, that jet stream is having its way with the baseball today.
Cut the lead in half.
Boy, the Marauders, they are sticking around. They're not going to roll over here. They
No 10-run rule to get weary people home. No way.
Right back to within 2, and nobody out here yet in the top of the 8th, and they've got 2 across.
And here's John Lucio coming up. So that is their 12th hit of the day. 13th hit of the day.
Yeah.
I needed that machine.
Yeah, a scoreboard.
Yeah, and a swing and a miss on one that was out of the zone by John Lucio. Lucio 0 for 3 and also hit by a pitch. Did hit one to deep center earlier. And this one in the dirt. Ball and a strike. Yeah, he sent Tito Hernandez to the base of the wall out there back in 5th inning.
Right, and Tito Hernandez made a nice play on that. I mean, that could have very easily fallen in behind everybody and rattled around out there.
Ground ball down to third. Should be easy play for the sure hand. And this one in the dirt, and nice job by Bagshaw as Davis threw this one low. And Bagshaw able to dig it out.
Yeah, classic case of your first baseman making your left side infielders look awfully good. That was a beautiful pick there by Hunter Bagshaw.
And here is Nathan Brockbank coming up. He is 2 for 4. Yes, sir.
Couple singles his last 2 at bats.
Brockbank out of Lancaster High School. Connor Christian, first inning of work. And game now just over 3 hours old. 3 hours and 3 minutes. And another big loop, but that's going to stay a little bit high. Ball 1-1-0. Santa Maria will follow, and then Arive Camacho if somebody gets on. And this one fouled off the mask of Brooks Scott, I believe. And so battling is Brubank. And if you're AVC, well, I guess one of your goals would be in this inning to at least get in a position to get your top of the order one more chance.
Yeah, exactly. If they can get a couple guys, there's a nice base hit into right field.
Yeah, sure was. Brubank, third hit of the day, and a diving bag shot. Couldn't quite bring it in.
Absolutely good effort by Bagshaw, and nice play all around.
Well, here's Santa Maria. Santa Maria with 1 hit on the day was 0 for 3 in the first game, and in this game he's 0 for 2 with a sac fly and a single, and he represents the tying run.
Well, and a pinch run.
Pinch runner coming out, and that's number 8 on the roster for AVC, which would be Gavin Rhines out of Las Vegas. So Rhines, I guess, will replace Brockbank and maybe play the outfield.
I would think so.
Yeah, I'm going to make that. Well, that may not be, but let me see. Rhines is a pitcher outfielder, so that would appear what's going to happen.
They're going to go throw him in left field and say, have fun. Welcome to the game.
And the pitch. A nice, good breaking pitch. So Ryan's likely to left field. O'Connor peers in, gets his sign against Santa Maria. A look over at Rhines at first base, and now they draws a throw and gets away, but not far enough. And Rhines decides to hold his ground.
Yeah, and most days, Tom, you're like, okay, tying run's coming up. I mean, he's going to have to hit a home run to tie it up. And today, you're like, well, the odds of that happening are probably pretty good.
All right,
The way it's been going.
12-10 our score. Saracoso leading if you just tuned in. Long day at the ball yard. A look at first. O'Connor ready, deals, and a good breaking pitch for a strike.
Oh, that's just a slow, loopy strike. That can't be going more than 65 miles an hour.
If that.
Yeah, just floating
Boy,
in there.
Other night for Houston, Zach Greinke was throwing some in the 50s.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was
Bakers.
looking at his pitch speeds. I mean, his fastball is only 88.
Not what it used to be, but some of that breaking stuff after he had the surgery. And that one's a little fister down to third base. They go to second for one, on to first, and not in time. Nice job by Anthony Davis to know exactly what he was going to do. Hit McHenry, and ball was hit too soft to get a double play. So it'll be a fielder's choice for Santa Maria. Rhines is erased at second base for the second out of the inning, and here is Camacho, who was 1 for 4 in this game, the number 8 hitter. And this one low, ball 1-0.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, if you can change your speeds. I mean, Greinke was 88 on his fastball and down around the 70s with his off-speed stuff. I mean, that's going to mess guys up and just wreaks havoc with your timing.
And the pitch again, this one way out in front is the bat of Reeve Camacho.
I always like to recall that you don't have to throw at 98 to be a Hall of Famer, as in the form of Greg Maddux, who would throw in the 80s and just nobody could hit him.
Right, Connor ready to go. And this one a little bit high and outside by Connor Christian. 2 balls, 1 strike. Christian set at the belt, looks in, gets his sign from Brooks Scott. Now a quick check back at first. He deals the plate, and this one a little bit. Are they going to go? They say yes, he did. Boy, a high strike he couldn't let up.
Yeah, he tried to stop, but
It's headed for ball 3. And that was, I thought, nearly a balk by Connor Christian, although maybe I...
Well, I've kind of noticed, too, the wind's playing havoc with some of these pitchers, kind of blowing them around out there.
And pretty good pitch, but just outside. So full count, I believe.
Yep. Another one.
3-2. Yeah, we've had more full counts, and, boy, they probably had, grass in the desert.
Yeah, Omar's going to have to change the light bulb in our ball 3 thing there on his computer. It's going to burn out.
All right, so Connor Christian drives Santa Maria back to the bag when he stepped off the rubber, now back on the rubber. Peers in, the tall left-hander, gets a sign from Brooks Scott, the freshman. And here is the pitch. Runner goes, and this one is popped up. And giving chase, and a nice catch there by Brooks Scott, and the inning is over. So in the 8th inning, a couple of runs do come across on the home run. And as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, it is now Saracoso 12 and Antelope Valley 10. Bottom of the 8th coming up, it'll be Matt Payne, Anthony Davis, and 3 hits, or rather 7 hits, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors.
So Gavin Ryan's, Tom, has moved to left field as you speculated.
And as you mentioned, welcome to the...
Yeah, if you're going to put him in any field, make it left, right? Good luck.
All right, Matt Payne on the day. Big 3-run homer that gave Saracoso their lead in the 5th inning. Also singled and grounded out, walked. Pretty active afternoon. First pitch, ball 1 on the mound is the left-hander Zach Johnson here in the bottom of the 8th inning on a pretty long afternoon of baseball. And another ball in the dirt, bounces up.
Yeah, the old wind has benefited everybody's slugging percentage, that's for sure.
2-0 the count. Three and 0 now, not even close, and you could just probably read the lips of Coach Livermont.
Yeah, it's just frustrating. You know, again, your guys go out and they get you 2 runs, and all they can ask is, hey, let's put these guys in play and get back up to hit, and
when
it's 4 straight.
Yeah, ball 4, another walk.
And Anthony Davis, who seems to get on always, no matter what.
I count 6 walks in this one, or close to it, given up.
For Antelope Valley?
Yeah, they're pitching in this one.
Let's see here. 10.
And this one, oh boy, I'm way off. This one popped up in the wind, and the nice catch by the first baseman, Omar Santamaria. As mentioned, every pop fly with any height to it is an adventure. So Davis retired with 1 down now. Here's Bo Brooks. He has
0 for 1 with 3 walks.
3 walks. And with that, 3 runs. He might be our player of the game for his great patience. And
well, it just goes to show you, you know, all you want is base runners, and don't care how you get there. The run counts just as much if you get aboard walking as compared to getting a big base hit.
Strike 1. Good fastball that time by Zach Johnson. Boy, Johnson looks like when he gets his rhythm. And this one is lifted to left field, and let's see which way that goes. And that's going to go all the way to the wall. And that will probably score 1. And stopping at second base is Bo Brooks, as he hit that one a long way, aided by the wind as it started to go towards center field, and that's where the ball's going to carry.
Yeah, that was hit well. That hit right at the base of the wall. A long run for Colin Hagan, and even longer run for Gavin Rines, and neither one of them were going to get there.
And here's Brooks Scott on the day. He has a couple walks himself and grounded out to second, also a fly out to center. Wow, Brooks really hit that one. Brooks Scott, right-handed hitter. He's from right here in Ridgecrest, although went to high school the last couple years in New Jersey. I believe it's called St. John Bosco, or one of just a powerhouse of sports there, and he wasn't able to play his senior year because of the COVID stoppage baseball. They start later there.
Don Bosco Prep.
Yep. Big hook is outside and low. 2-1 to Brooks.
Yeah, Don Bosco Prep there, Tom. St. John Bosco, isn't that down in L.A.?
That's down in, absolutely.
They used to beat us up all the time.
It's in Downey. This one popped up foul ground. No one's going to catch up to that one. Hits the dugout roof. And mentioned yesterday, you know, interesting over the years, dugouts can be, or foul ground. If it goes over the fence, what happens? Whittier, Rio Hondo College, my most memorable place to do games from. If it went over first base, it basically went into Rose Hill Cemetery. If it went over the third base, it went into Workman Mill Avenue. And I remember 3 cars being hit.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It just on one day 2 times, and on another day another one.
Yeah, poor unsuspecting guy just trying to make it through his commute home, and all of a sudden he's wearing a baseball in his windshield. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yep. 2-2 the count to Brooks Scott with an RBI in place for him at second base. And staying alive, and a swing and a foul ball by the freshman. 1 run in the inning. Matt Payne came around on the double by Bo Brooks. And now Brooks Scott trying to pick up Bo Brooks. And the pitch in the dirt and going to third on the walk. Runners at the corners now as Brooks goes to third. Brooks Scott gets the free pass. Walk number 11, evidently. And here comes John Livermont. Now the question is there anybody left that you might trust more than that?
Well, I'm not sure. There's obviously someone left because I see a head bobbing this way.
KLOA 1240 Ridgecrest. CBS Sports Radio for the IWV. Vinny Hernandez, our engineer-producer, back at the station. I am Tom Heck, and with me is the dedicated Lee Johnson, along with the czar of the telestrator over there, Omar. And the pitch on the way, this one high, ball 1-1-0.
Hunter Bagshaw, Tom, stepping up to hit. Went into play first base last inning.
And Bagshaw had a home run in that first game. Pretty good power.
Yep.
Made a couple of great plays today at first base to dig balls out. And the fastball is high and outside. Snyder now looks in, and one of these days the wind's going to die down.
Yeah, probably long after we leave here.
This one hit in the gap for a base hit in that hole between short and third, and that'll drive in another run. And it's now 14-10 in favor of Saracoso. And here comes John Cabrera, or his spot.
We're going to have another pinch hitter, Michael Dorr.
Wow, so Mike Dorr comes in.
He's only got a couple bombs today. Needs to get that batting average up to speed.
So Bagshaw and Dorr, the big boys. Dorr comes back for maybe a curtain call here, and maybe trying to get to that 10-run rule here with Dorr just maybe hitting one up in the air and takes high ball 1-1-0.
Yeah, AVC looking to turn a double play here. One pitch away from getting out of this and getting up in the top of the ninth.
This one in the dirt, and Nice block there by Nathan Scott. Well, I know one thing. Nathan Scott has to be a little bit tired. I mean, he did a pretty good job at first base in that first game, and now he has been the recipient of a lot of balls that have been in that dirt here in game number 2.
Yeah, odds are he's going to fall asleep on the bus ride home.
Tito Hernandez will follow. Mike Doerr trying to make this, takes a strike on the corner, trying to extend the lead here.
And Camacho is almost standing on the warning track out there in right field. He's figured this out.
Nowhere, he knows what's going to happen. And Doerr hits one hard to short, to second for one. Not a very good throw. And because of that throw to second base, that is going to cost him a chance for the double play. Doerr hit it really hard. And Wilson did not make a very good throw to Lucio. Had to kind of go off balance to make sure he would get the base, and didn't have much on his throw. And here comes Tito Hernandez with a chance to. So Doerr's on a fielder's choice, and Hernandez has a single in this game. 1 for 3 is Tito. Checked in with a .211 average. Dylan Snyder peers in. And a fastball outside. 2 outs. 14, I believe 9 and 4 now, the line score.
10.
10.
Yep.
All right, double figures.
Yep.
Coso had 14 hits that first game.
Yeah, both teams have been competitive at the plate. They're not standing up there looking around.
As mentioned, give AVC credit. This is they've played, of all 4 games in the series, this by far has been their most competitive game by far. Somewhat competitive in the first game today, and then
I just ran out of gas, I think, a little bit.
Tuesday Coso had a couple easy wins. And the pitch, and this one on the corner. And again, both teams grateful to get games this COVID season, when the majority of schools opted, not to play. Only one team from Saracoso's league, besides Saracoso, opted to play. That was San Jacinto, and I believe only one team, if I heard right, from the Western States. And
beautiful!
Boy, great save by Nathan Scott on a ball that was headed to the backstop. Boy, you don't
that
see
was
stuff
quite
better
a
than
catch.
that.
Yeah, that was a nice backhand. Your big league shortstop would have been proud of that. Yeah, I think Antelope Valley, it's great to see these guys are out here battling, and they're not curling up and sitting in a corner by any stretch of the imagination.
Pitch is high to Tito. Another 3-2 count. There we go. She just default.
You just default to 3-2,
3-2.
Tom, and you're probably okay.
3-2 again. And here's the pitch. That one is high, ball 4, and Tito is on, which will bring up the top of the order. And John McHenry, he'll be the 8th man to bat this inning. And that's around, because we're going to go by circa, estimate walks. So I'm thinking that's 12 walks. I know you've got that $800, $900 machine with you that can.
Never lies, Tom, never lies. 12, you're right on.
All right, Zach Johnson ready. First pitch outside. 3 runners on. RBI chance for John McHenry. And the wind dying down a wee bit. Dylan Snyder gets his sign. Here it is. And that's high, ball 2, 2-0. Well, if he can get on and we get a couple more base runners and a home run, maybe we can get an 8th inning walk-off.
Well, if he gets one up in the air, I think we'll have that right.
This one's outside,
right
3-0, and you get the feeling McHenry'd rather hit the ball than walk right now.
Yeah, as you would imagine, every guy would. It's like, I want to hit. I don't want to walk, but You know, team guys are like, I'll take the walk. Heck, look at Michael Dorr. He's
3-0 pitch. That one misses. Ball 4. And another walk. And McHenry to first. And coming up and coming in for the 15th run of the game, I believe that would be Brooks Scott.
correct.
And here is Ryan Brennan, the 9th man to bat in the inning.
Oh, gonna get a coaching visit.
Do we foresee another change?
I guess.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, bases full of Coyotes. We're in the 8th inning, 15-10 in favor of Saracoso. Maurice Cesario ready to go. The 5th pitcher used, and that's a strike on the corner. And the count is 0-1.
That's what you like to see. Bring in your relief guy and have him start off by throwing strikes.
Absolutely. And this one is coming up and just outside. Very, very close. Pretty good pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Outfield a little bit shaded towards right. Wind has died down some, still blowing. 402 to center, 320 down each line. Coso with 10 hits. Pitch on the way. This one hit foul left side, and the count now 1-2. Ryan Brennan on the day has 3 hits, and he came into play with only 1 hit all season in the short season. Also grounded out to short. Popped out to second. And the pitch, this one just a little bit low and outside, so 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 3 on. Bottom of the 8th. Maurice Cesario gets his sign from Scott. And the pitch. And that's all the way to the backstop. And that will make it a 16-10 game as Michael Dorr, I beg your pardon, Hunter Bagshaw will score, and that'll move Dorr over to third base. So now a 6-run lead. 3-2, right? Default to 3-2, or is it still 2? Yep.
No, 3-2.
3-2. Now I can see those green lights with the reflection of the sun. But that thing's been awful green today, too.
Yeah, we've been using that ball counter a lot.
And
Now, right back up the box.
And that's going to be 2 runs coming in to make it 18-10. So 2 RBIs for Ryan Brennan. What a day for Brennan. I mean, this has been a great almost season for this guy today. 4 hits. Again, came in with only 1 hit. And that will score Mike Doerr. And I think Tito Hernandez. And it's 18-10. All right, let's see if Payne can maybe put one out here to get people to dinner. Osario ready to go. And this one just misses inside, ball 1.
Yeah, and you can just, if you look at the line scores here, you can just see Antelope Valley's, you know, they're kind of running out of fuel and pitchers and everything else. The Coyotes have put up 9 runs in their last 2 at-bats here.
Osario ready. This one low. 2-0. I don't know. I don't think we're going to see it, but you wonder what the record for walks is in one game. I want to say there was a game here with the 17 one time, but with
17 walks
with West LA. Yeah, I could be wrong on that, but that close to that. And now a 3-0 count.
Well, I know on Thursday the Coyote pitchers issued 12 walks. So
those are numbers that do not live in infamy.
Nope. Result in these big numbers under the runs column.
All right, Payne waits. And that's ball 4, and he'll walk. Oh, boy. Okay, so we're going to go to my scorecard and change it to another inning. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
All right, Davis is the 10th man to bat in the inning. And Davis started the inning by a pop fly to first baseman Omar Santamaria. First and second. The put away, the winning run, the clinching run at first. And that's right down the pipe.
I think if I'm Luis Osario, I'm just going to keep throwing that pitch every single time.
Yep.
Throw it over. See what Anthony can do with it here.
Osario ready to go. Look back at second. And the pitch. Right down the pipe for a strike, and the count 1-1. Anthony, a graduate of Boron High School. Hit by a pitch, and he walked in this game. 3 hits the first game. Osario says yes. A look back at second. And the pitch. Outside. I think they called that a ball, didn't they?
Yep.
Okay.
1-2 the count.
Let's see what Osario comes up with here on Anthony. Bo Brooks would follow. He's had a very good game today. And the pitch coming up. And that is strike 3 called. And that is the end of a very long 9th inning. So, or rather 8th inning, I should say. 9th inning on my scorecard. In the 8th inning, Coso rolls 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runs.
On
and
3 hits.
So we go now, 8 in the books. We go now to the 9th inning. One more come out and try to close things out. It's not a save situation. And we have a pinch hitter also for John Livermont's AVC Marauders. John Montoya will come out and bat for Ryan Redondo. So at least Antelope Valley can say that they weren't 10-run. The first 3 games were all 10 runs, rule in effect. And very respectable second game today for Antelope Valley. Montoya takes ball 1. Holzum, ball 2. Holzum yesterday came in and pitched an inning or 2 and started in center field.
Yeah, Antelope Valley just kind of ran out of gas here later in the game. Like we were saying, the Coyotes scored 9 runs their last 2 at-bats. And I want to say last inning when they put a 6 spot up, they walked a ton of guys. Let me look here. 5 walks last inning.
Well, that's not going to...
Doesn't help.
And there's a strike. 3-1 now. Taking all the way is John Montoya. Peering in, getting the sign is Holzum. And a swing and a miss. Good pitch, full count.
Yeah, if I was Jackson Holzum, I'd do that thing again. Put it right in there. See if Justin Montoya can turn it around.
And here it is. This one, ball 4. Well, I think we may see walks in our sleep, or at least W's. Or because I always score a walk with a W and not a BB, but officially it should be a BB base on ball.
Right.
But I've ignored that and just done the W's, so I've got a lot of W's. And now we're going to have a pinch hitter for Colin Hagan.
Kenneth Harrison Jr. I think he pitched it.
Yeah, he did
in the first game.
Yep. Harrison coming out. Takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Boy, that's got to be awful tough to be sitting that long and now come out here with...
Right, especially with that wind in your face all afternoon.
And the pitch. That one is a strike. Well, that's a tough call for Harrison. He says, at least, sir, give me a little break. I've been sitting there, and it's just got to get loose here. Get some swings in. An 0-2 pitch coming up. That's ball 1, 1-2. Nathan Scott, the scheduled hitter on deck, but I don't know if he'll come out or not. We will see.
Looks like there's another pinch hitter on deck.
And there's strike 3 called. 1 down. Boy, good slider on that one. Good movement. And Harrison down on strikes. 1 down here in the 9th inning. And here is another pinch hitter.
Blake Pasamanek.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll go with Cody.
Yeah, he's usually pretty good about that.
So Pasamanek getting an opportunity to get an at-bat appearance and takes a strike. That looked awful low, but tell you what, your umpires are exhausted also. This game, 3 hours and
33 minutes from first pitch.
Yep, and a swing and a miss after a couple-hour first game.
Yeah.
Well, we used to do this in the old Foothill days. We would play the doubleheader. And that one low. Ball 2. Yeah, we used to... I think we started the first game at 11 and then went from there. I could be wrong. Maybe it was 12. And the pitch. That one in the dirt and going to second base will be...
Justin Montoya.
Yep. So Montoya down to second. And it's too bad we can't give maybe a free T-shirt or baseball or maybe Purple Heart to those that have been here for every pitch.
Right, that have braved the wind.
There's a swing and a miss, and that is strike 3 by Pasmanek. And now we've got Nathan Scott, or his spot, and it'll be Nathan Scott.
He's having a good day at the plate.
Great day, and he's also done a great job defensively.
Yeah, long day for those guys back there.
And Brooks Scott the same.
Absolutely.
Good day behind the plate and a long day. And breaking pitch, ball 1, 1-0 from Holzum. $18 runs, and this one is inside. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, 9th inning, 18-10. Second game of the doubleheader. Coso ready for the sweep here. Jackson says yes. A look back at second, and this one is hit fair down the left field line. And another RBI on a great day for Nathan Scott. He'll hit into second base, and it's now an 18-11 game.
Well, that thing was struck really well, and the difference this time is about 6 inches off the ground, and the wind couldn't affect it.
All right. Coming up now is McKinley O'Connor. And the pitch. This one out. Caught the corner to the dismay of McKinley O'Connor. But the officiating crew's done a very good job today, I think, umpires. And this one is lifted to right center, and that one's going to go for extra bases. That's up against the wall, and that'll be a double for O'Connor, and that'll score another run to make it an 18-12 game. And that is hit number 15 for Antelope Valley. And boy, you think what if Hagen would have, those guys might have got an opportunity where pinch hitters could have got on. This might have been a bit more interesting. And there's a wild pitch. So he's just going to have to concentrate to get one more out, Jackson Holzum.
Yeah, has to bear down here. I mean, you got a pretty comfortable lead, but no reason to test out that comfort level.
And the pitch coming, and that one popped up. Brooks Scott will give chase, and he'll run out of fence line there. And
wind wasn't going to do anything with that thing.
So Antelope Valley down to the last proverbial out and strike. Lucio would follow if O'Connor can. And this one is hit.
That's going to get down.
Yeah, it's a base hit, and that'll score another run. So McKinley O'Connor will score, and that'll make it a 18-13 game. And hit number 16. Boy, what if? And here's John Lucio.
No, Gavin Rhines.
Gavin Rhines, I beg your pardon. Came in for Lucio.
Yeah, back-to-back hits.
That one inside, ball 1.
Back-to-back runs.
Boy, if it wasn't, it's a good thing that Coso able
to put
to
up a 6 spot
in the 9th with all those walks. Yeah. And that one a strike. So 13 runs now for the Marauders. Rhymes waits at the plate. Grounded out to third. And that one all the way to the backstop. And going down to second base is Lucio. I beg your pardon, not Lucio, but...
yeah, no, you're right. Jonathan Lucio.
Okay. Lucio.
I'm guessing. It sounds Italian.
It sounds Italian, yep.
Yeah.
All right, set at the belt. Holzum ready. This one low, and nice stop by Brooks Scott.
Not what Coach Scott wanted to see here from Jackson Holzum on the mound.
3-1 the count. And that's ball 4.
You know, Jackson came in that first game against Taft and, you know, threw in the top of the ninth to shut him down, and then ended up with the walk-off hit, and kind of hoping he'd bear down here.
Here's Santa Maria up, and he hits this one. A little flare out behind second, and let's see if McHenry can corral this, and it lands in between 3 Coyotes, and I think McHenry might have been given away and letting Cabrera or maybe Michael Dorr now come in and try to make the catch, and that will score another run. And it is now, and that'll be a base hit, so now 14 runs on 17 hits. Now a 4-run game, 18-14, and this one a strike. And Reeve Camacho, I believe, is our batter. No pinch hitter.
Santa Maria.
Okay, Santa Maria.
Yep.
All right, Santa Maria waiting. And a check swing and a strike. Didn't even need to have to appeal down. So 2 strikes. And
the wind is not done wreaking havoc yet, is it?
All right, Jackson Holzum trying to close it out. Runner goes, and this one is hit to short center field, and it's going to land in front of Tito Hernandez. So another base hit. And I guess we'll say it again. It's a good thing Coso rolled what they did in the 9th. So that'll put runners at first and third now, and the tying run is on the on-deck circle. And here comes Camacho. And he has drawn he has 1 hit today. And he hits this one down to second.
That ought to do it.
That ought to do it. And at a little flip to first, they got him at first, and that thing is the end of this game. And I'm looking at the first base umpire. What is he? Okay, he's just congratulating everybody. Well, that is it. But give Antelope Valley credit. They really came out and played well after really being pummeled the first 3 games, and a great effort from the guys down in Lancaster. Well, the line score for the first game, Saracoso 14 runs, 14 hits, 3 errors. And AVC 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors. Second game, Saracoso 18 runs, 10 hits, and 4 errors. AVC 14 runs, 17 hits, and 2 errors. Time of the second game, just about 3 hours and 46 minutes. Well, Lee, appreciate all your work today and on the mechanical part of the stuff, and you do a great job with the analytics and commentary. And thank you, Omar, for all you do with all your animation there, with all the stream and everything else. So we'll wrap it up. Thank Vinny Hernandez back at the station. Another great job today. Our next home game will be Wednesday. We'll have that for you. That game will be starting at 2 o'clock, and that'll also be on the stream locally, KLOA in Ridgecrest. For Lee and our engineer-producer, Vinny Hernandez, I'm Tom Heck, bidding you a very pleasant good afternoon from the Dog Yard, early evening, as today Saracoso wins the doubleheader by scores of 14-3 and also 18-14. Good afternoon, everybody.